Alrighty. Hey, that was a pretty new loading screen from one Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
It's
And
updated.
artwork from Sydney.
Yes. Sid's pixel artwork. Yeah, right. That's the term. Yeah. I mean, that's the right genre, right?
Not all of it's mine, I don't think.
Well, you made the characters and their
Oh
little
yeah,
animations.
I did that. It took me an embarrassing amount of time to do it.
Well, they look real good, and you may have noticed it's updated because there's a fifth character in there. Because Artem's back with us for this. Yay!
Yay!
You were here the past few, but now you're here for this.
Yes.
This is the first time that Artem has been with us for one of my or at least for like one of my campaigns that I'm DMing since Tale of the Veil. So this has been a long time
really?
coming.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So it's good. Yeah. I mean, I guess there was the Batman one, but I don't consider that a long form campaign.
A mini arc.
No, this is the first it was kind of a one like a winter thing.
Yeah.
But no, this is the first like big one that Artem's been with me DMing since Tale of the Veil. So it's like big callback. Good to have you back.
Yay.
And now we got to catch you up on 2 arcs of stuff.
I mean, I think we all need to catch up. So
generally, we could have a broad strokes recap of what's been going on so far in this campaign, and then like a more specifically where did we leave off.
I can give some broad strokes, and I can pass the baton.
Okay.
So the Aberrant Empire refers to the Mind Flayers, which rule this land. This what's our part of the world called?
The Farlands.
The Farlands. Yeah, and then we're specifically in
right on the map.
Right. Well, the logo's kind of
Garden.
over top of stuff. I can't.
Yeah.
You can see the Farlands.
Well, yeah, but I was trying to. Are we Brandstem? Is that us, or are we in a different territory?
Oh, Bronstem. Yeah, we are in that region,
Okay.
and then specifically, in Stem
Gotcha.
Garden.
Gotcha.
I will move us over to that screen.
Yes, thank you. So Stem Garden is where we all reside, and it's one of the occupied cities of the Mind Flayers that control at least this part of the world, the titular Aberrant Empire. And when the campaign started, one of the members of the resistance against the Empire, this little raven named Poe, Kenku named Poe, was like, "Hey, I need y'all to do something for me. It's not resistance related, but it's job, so here's a job for you." So Audra, who is a blacksmith, and Anwar, who's a tinkerer, and Hunter, who is like a moonshiner / actual member of the resistance, and Chimera, who is a raging mom, protecting them missing kids / rug shop owner, all came together to go find this thing, and we found a construct buried in a marsh. We also encountered some other members of the Northern Resistance in Berserkshire who were like big mammoth giant type toughies. So we met them. We brought the construct back. We needed to power it up with something called the Soul Forge. So we went over here to the Ironroot Mountains and we found said Soul Forge, which is kind of like a radioactive crystal, if you will. Plugged it in.
I actually have a.
Oh, cool.
I have a travel tracker.
Handy.
I forgot.
Thank you.
Or orange is Arc 1 and yellow's Arc 2.
Cool. We brought that back. We plugged it in. We awoke in the construct, and he was like, "Your time. This doesn't seem. Your calendar seems wrong." And we learned that's because he's from a long time ago, and he was designed to fight off the undead. So we don't really know what's up with that, but we know his kind of primary. What do you call that? Primary motive? Is that the term? Prime directive is thank you, is to protect living organisms from the undead, and so then we decide for various reasons that differ from person to person that we do want to join the resistance. So now Hunter was already in, but now the remainder of the party is in, minus the construct, because that's not something it's going to be interested in. And we're like, okay, we're part of this now. Let's start working for the resistance. And so our first task was to take care of a fort kind of over in this here area, because we're basically trying to cause a whole lot of chaos to draw some attention. Richard's got a fake beard from somewhere that he just pulled up, and now you look Amish.
Or like Abe Lincoln.
Yeah. Jedediah, our DM, was telling a tale. And so we went to this fort. What was the name of the fort? I don't remember.
There isn't a name for that
Okay,
fort.
but we took
Just
over
some military, just
Cool.
some military camp.
But we took down this fort, which of course then reveals all the collectibles in the area. If you're Ubisoft, so we took down the fort. In Ubisoft games, when you take out an enemy stronghold, it like tells you where
I
everything
know.
is.
I understand that part. Just I don't think that happened. I don't think you got any collectible.
No,
stuff
I was
from
just
that,
making
anyway.
a bad joke. But we took over the fort. Killed off this creepy Captain Touchface, who like touched Kamir's face all weirdly once. The robot didn't help us in the fight, and we were like, "Come on, man!" And he's like, "It's not my job. Deal with it." So we don't like him much anymore. And then when we got back to STEM Garden after our particular mission, it was nice, happy, fair time. And then a bunch of barrels exploded, and there's a suspicion, I think it's amongst the players, not necessarily amongst the characters quite yet, that this was sort of like a propaganda move, like a didn't Hitler burn a library kind of move or something and then blame it on another group. It was one of those things where the Empire did this in an attempt to say, look what the Resistance did. Now you should trust us. So that's the broad strokes, if I remember correctly. And I'm sure I left a lot out.
All right, that was a pretty good broad strokes thing. Does anybody else have anything about kind of what happened the very previous thing?
As far as
I mostly covered it,
characters
but in
go,
case anybody else had anything else.
as far as
Yeah,
character
there is some
goes, everyone
important
had a
character
little
stuff that.
internal stuff. Hunter inadvertently made a deal with a swamp witch, and it seems that his infernal lineage has been wrestled away from him, quite literally. He is now gray and green, as opposed to the deep red we're used to. Chimera, who is linked to Dunamancy and time magic, she is having dreams or visions of the past or the future, or maybe another timeline entirely. It's unclear. It seems that her daughter may or may not be reaching out to her from another timeline entirely. And then Audra had a vision of her multiple sides, embracing both cursed objects and darkness, as well as her ties to nature, as well as her ties to steel and fire.
The main thing is the forge versus nature that she's kind of torn between. The darkness kind of crept in as a third option that made her go, okay, hold on, whoa, I gotta get a handle on this because I don't like this. I don't like option C here.
I mean, it did happen though. It
totally happened.
Yeah.
but
showed up to the table. It's like this was a party for two.
Yeah, she realized. Yeah, she doesn't want option C, thankfully.
And then Anwar, calling upon his ancestral Genasi heritage, seems to have maybe inadvertently reached out to an ancestor or something like that. Someone by the name of Agonazar. And it seems that by using his name, it gives this other creature, there's this other entity, strength, and that he may be somewhere out in the world wishing to become free. And I think that's the big and small of it.
I know as far as like the up to the minute stuff from the fairgrounds, I think we all have a little something from that. I know, so Audra's sister was deceased prior to the campaign, and then her dad died in that explosion. So now it's just her and her mom and her uncles around. I think some other people lost some character-related stuff too.
Yeah. I want to say Lena.
I
Chimera,
lost the person
lost
that
her.
was supposed to be heading my shop. And then also her son, who did nothing but be a sweet boy, and his mom was just awful.
Well, the boy did.
And-
I think he fed someone's parents to their kid. Like it was a really weird prank that got way out of hand.
I don't accept that as canon though, so it
Okay.
didn't happen.
All right.
But also, it might have definitely happened. This might be a
But
different
she
episode.
also lost her shop.
Yeah, I also sold my house. Lost my shop. Lost my
We're losing
kids.
ties to our hometown
Um,
rapidly.
Yeah.
Hunter nearly lost his father.
Yep.
Father nearly died. He nearly died because he didn't have that fiendish resistance that he could normally count on for fire. And he sadly lost his wonderful cart that's got some neat stowaway stuff, as well as he lost both of his yaks.
Every
He lost both of the
Daisy and
yaks?
Duchess.
every campaign, Andrew's like, I get a
Yeah.
card, and Richard's like, no, you don't.
The yaks were listed on that casualty
That's
post.
exactly how
That
it's
is
been
true.
going. I think you have had like a cart in both of Richard's campaigns, and every time he's like, "Fuck you."
Yeah, pretty
You
much.
had a goat in
Well,
one of
I
mine,
think-
and I'm like, I'm killing this goat.
I
Why
think,
are you?
I think, I think in Tale of the Veil, you guys just left the cart behind because it was dragging you
That
guys
was
down.
with the Sphinx. No, once we hit the Sphinx sent us to a different timeline, and we
It's
walked
amazing
out.
I made
and
it that far, to be honest.
I believe we saw the bones of the
Okay.
of the horses, and then the wheels had like fallen off. It was like an old, degraded. Yeah.
Oh no.
Not
Well,
that I
Remember that at all? But that sounds great.
Didn't hurt any people.
Well,
I don't
anyway,
remember that at
all
all.
that happened, and now we shall start onto Arc 3. So, 6 days have passed since the Mabon massacre. A week has gone by, but still no clear answers as to who was behind the explosions or why they happened. Since the explosions that rocked the city, the citizens of Stem Garden have become fearful to leave their homes and have become paranoid of their fellow neighbor. Absence of answers, a narrative has taken hold. That the attack was connected to the barbarian takeover of Fort Charles, which also happened on the day of Mabon. It is believed that the barbarian tribes to the north have allied together, and part of that alliance includes traitors within the city's walls. The series of attacks that have led up to and including the attacks on the day of Mabon have thus forth been called the Great Barbarian Conspiracy. In the days after Mabon, Stem Garden has seen a surge in troops, as well as imperial priests and sentinel guards, giant constructs made of aberrant technology, strong in its stature and magical capability. Take you over to show you.
Richard, are you so
what
people are
these things
blaming
look like.
That's cool. People are blaming the barbarian tribes, or are they specifically blaming the resistance at all?
Essentially both. That they
Okay.
believe that they're allied.
Okay.
So sorry, where was I? These added security measures line the streets and are particularly clustered around the docks and gates. It is only after a few days of heightened security that the people begin to start leaving their homes with a sense of safety again, and business and industries start to wind up. Our story resumes on a solemn evening at Ground Zero, where the fairgrounds once stood. In its place, a pyre has been built to honor the fallen. While some families may have unique customs of honoring their dead, such as burial or setting them out to sea, the majority have opted to have their loved ones in the pyre. Amongst the pyre yet to be lit are dozens of men, women, twin spirits, and children of all races and classes. Atop the pyre is Lord Silverbeard, with 2 coins atop his shuttered eyes. A crowd begins to gather around the pyre, candles in hand. A band of bards led by Selvik play a soft requiem. It seems over half the city is gathering. We first see Audra making her way to the pyre, accompanied by her uncle Ronkin. It's been an indescribably hard week for Audra, having lost her father, as well as going a week without seeing or tasting beauty due to the cursed item that she, the cursed tattoo that she attuned to. She's had a rough week in which, for a while, she thought that her gods had completely abandoned her until something new happened that we might go over later. Noticing that she's been off lately, Ronkin pulls her aside before they reach the crowd. Hey, it's important to make an appearance, all right? These squids could be watching for any kind of clue. Who's a part of the resistance or who's part of what? If a priest gets near you, you think really fucking hard about how sad you are and nothing else until one of you's moved along. If you've got people you want to connect with, make sure you're also reaching out to people who don't know anything about anything. You're just another innocent citizen who lost a loved one coming to pay your respects. Got it?
2 loved ones.
Got it, Audra?
Got it.
Come on. And so he's gonna walk with you over as you're starting to see a gathering of people there. Some who are handing out candles, and somebody's gonna just pass one over to you. There are all sorts of guards, and at various stations, you see the big towering constructs above, just kind of scanning the area. There are as many guards as there are people here. And every once in a while, you see priests who are kind of making their way through the towns as well. Is there anybody that you're looking for, or anything that you want to do? What do you do when you first show up to the pyre?
I mean, if other members of the party are around and she sees them, then she will speak to them after the pyre's been burned. But at the moment, I think she's just gonna walk up to what is her dad visible in the pile?
Well, no, because you buried her, right?
Oh, right.
Or
Yeah.
sorry, you buried him.
Right, correct. This is just, yeah. So, I mean, I guess she just look for someone that she may recognize, even vaguely, to just start her burn there. You know, touch her candle down to it.
Sorry for my dogs. Yeah, you would see Grogmar. He would be
Okay.
there.
Yeah, that's how. That's where she would go then. She'd go over to Grogmar and just looking at his corpse.
Grogmar, for Artem and anybody else watching who doesn't know, Grogmar is the orc blacksmith who used to employ Audra up until recently when she resigned from her post. Yeah, and he would go over to her and console her, and probably not do the best. Charisma's not his forte, but he would probably be like, you've kind of been like a daughter to me sometimes. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm incredibly sorry for yet another family loss.
Yeah, it's something of a motivator, I guess you would say. I'll come to you if I need anything else, but I don't know, maybe it would make you somewhat happy to know that I think I have found that balance that I was looking for between the forge and the forest. Remains to be seen what I'll do with it, but I think I've found it.
Well, anything that can help you right now, if balance is part of what you found, I'm glad for you.
Yeah.
But I still mourn for you too.
Yeah. Believe me, there's much more I would like to do, and she kind of looks around at Empire people around her. But obviously a funeral pyre is not the time.
Looking around, you happen to notice that Hunter is also coming in from another direction, and he is coming in with Caleb. Hunter, you've also had a bit of a difficult week uh, trying to see if there's anything you can do to reverse your fortune on blood. And so far, no luck. You return to the city, still looking quite pale and gray-skinned with green eyes. And Caleb is just an absolute wreck as he walks in with you. Like, there were children right nearby. He was helping them paint their pumpkins and stuff like that when the explosion happened, and not all of them made it. And so he is just an absolute wreck and doing everything he can to be his macho, manly self and holding it together. But there's tears that are dripping from his eyes at this point, and he's still fairly hurt too. He's got a bit of a limp, even though his burns have been magically healed to a degree. He's still extremely sore from the week before. His old bones don't heal as well as they used to. Hunter, what would you like to do as you enter through the city as someone's handing you a candle?
I think it's kind of a ping pong. You know, there's like he goes from moments where he's kind of like that 1,000-yard stare where you can see like just his mind running, but like looking through everyone, and then something will click and he's like checking guards and like clocking people and checking his surroundings and is very aware, and then will click right back to just staring through everything and just totally in his mind, and it's hard to find kind of an in between.
Okay. Yeah, when you're kind of scanning around, one of the things you notice is that a bunch of the locals and the people who work at the Cloverleaf are gathered and huddled together, and they are here to mourn Aoife, the redheaded barmaid, that seemed to have a bit of a liking to Hunter. And sadly, she did not make it in the explosion. And so they're kind of gathered around mourning her. And Velisandra, the tiefling woman who has been a mentor to you over the years, is also there, and she's going to come over to you and notice your gray skin and green eyes and say, "So this is not a temporary thing."
I mean, I hope it is. Doing everything I can to make sure it is. Hunter's kind of like scanning her, and like there's kind of a sorrow in his eyes, like beyond what's going on. It's like he sees her and then like remembers what it is to be a tiefling, and like there's another punch to the gut there where it's like another thing he's lost.
She's gonna sense just the sorrow in Hunter, and she's just gonna put her arm over his shoulder and just kind of rub his back a bit. So like, it's okay, young one. If there's anything I can do to help with this, I'd be happy to meet with you later, and maybe we can figure this out.
I'd like to exercise crying as a free action.
It's a bonus action, actually. But yeah, she will say, "Did you lose anyone?"
I think
Did
we
my
all
mic cut
lost-
out or something?
No, that was me. Sorry. We all lost somebody. For a lot of people. And we have to get used to not seeing around town anymore.
It's around this time. Oh, just to say, like you said, we all lost someone. It's around this time that Anwar and Kamira walk over to the former fairgrounds together. And they have had a week where they've actually spent a good amount of time together, and have maybe bonded a bit, maybe grown a bit closer, as Chimera's stayed with Anwar over the past week. As you enter and people are distributing out candles, what do each of you two do or say to each other?
Anwar's gonna take one of the candles, and then he's just gonna kind of like lick his fingers and then touch the end of the wick and light it on fire, and then hand it to Chimera. Take another one.
Thank you, dear.
Just because I noticed it seems like there's like a 5-second delay after I'm done talking, then people talk, which I'm not used to happening. I'm just wondering if there's a major delay
I
on
think
my
this
end.
round it was some severe, like, let me think about this. This is some heavy shit.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that's what everybody's been doing, or if it's like, is there a delay? Because it seems like there's constantly
I don't
been, like,
think
6
there's that
seconds
much
after.
of a delay. I think we've been thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say,
Okay.
when we started, and I noticed some last week, like definitely your picture was ahead of your video in Discord, but it seems pretty okay right now. I think it's mostly people taking a pregnant pause. I know I was doing a lot of that.
Okay.
It seems others were doing the same.
Yeah. Just wanted to check in since I had noticed like everybody doing it. Like, oh, is this on my end? So, okay, just want to make sure.
We all agreed to just stay silent.
So in any case, sorry. Yeah.
We're not talking tonight.
It's a mime episode.
In any case, sorry, Anwar and Kamir, if there's anything more you want to do, I'm sorry I interrupted for that.
So taking the candle from Anwar, Chimera, like, her breathing is very low and very even, and if anybody like put any measure of like attention to it, it's like counted breaths, just in and out, like deep and slow, and trying to maintain control. Her eyes are puffy and watery. She's obviously been upset, probably been crying. This isn't her first rodeo in so many months. But as she takes the candle and she takes the breath, she just gestures, and I think I see them over there. I'm going to go pay my respects. I don't know.
Like, I'll join you.
Okay. I'll go find Benny and Freya if I can, and do that bit, kind of trying to keep tabs to find Audra. I've seen Hunter recently, but haven't seen that girl anywhere.
No, you have not. On that note, I'm playing a different PC from now on. I'm just kidding. Audra didn't die. She just walked away from the campaign.
While Anwar would be obviously very certain to be respectful of Chimera's lost comrades, his eyes are definitely drifting around the pyre and noticing the number of Imperial bodies, including the leader, Silverbeard, and like his mind is doing the math in his head is like, well, if we didn't do it, and they did do it, that they were okay with that, that's really bad for a lot of reasons. So he's kind of putting those, calculating a little bit.
Yeah. So in total, there are dozens that are gathered around. That they include Lord Silverbeard and numerous dwarves that are kind of from that higher class society. You've got Imperial soldiers, and you've also got children, all sorts that are all over.
Anwar see
looking around.
Yep.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, does Anwar see his mentor Bjorn?
He does. Yes, he does see Bjorn along with he sees
cousin,
Bjorn along with
his cousin, right?
his cousin Uvar. Yep. And he does see both of them. They're gathered, just kind of solemnly, standing together, not really talking with anybody at the moment. But they are there, and also somebody who spots you, who's gonna be coming on by. Good old Flash Iron Pan, the dwarf with a metal arm, and he's got like one eye. He's gonna be working over to you, just holding a candle, and looks up to you. So survived, I see. Sorry, that is not his accent at all. So you've survived, I see.
Yes. It's a very
Very,
rough day.
very rough, very rough. Many people losing loved ones, including my own. I lost a cousin. But, your family, I have not seen them in a while. Did you lose them?
No, they're actually traveling right now. It seems very lucky that they were not here to experience this.
How lucky indeed. Well, I am glad that the great old one smiles down upon you. I am sorry for any other losses you may have had. Whoever did this, they will not see mercy, I do not believe. Do you?
No, I don't. Whoever did this, it's an attack on everyone. And that will not be very popular.
Well, at least on that, my young friend, we agree. And he's going to kind of make his way over towards an area that's kind of filled more with Imperials, including two people who really stand out, even amongst all of the new guards and everything else. Even amongst the captains, the priests, there are two in particular that are with a squad that stand out in their appearance. And Artem, I would like for you to have a chance to describe your character and let us know what she is doing. I will say that she is next to what looks like a guy who's mostly in captain's clothing, but even for captain's clothing, the armor is a bit nicer. And he looks extremely stern, looking around at everyone, just kind of scanning the whole area, particularly keeping an eye on various other soldiers as well as the constructs that are around, and he kind of scanning the whole area. But Artem, why don't you go ahead and introduce your character for everybody?
So next to him is a woman that is wearing the traditional colors of the Empire soldiers, but is decidedly not wearing any armor. She doesn't really look that much like a soldier, but is wearing the gambeson that they would wear underneath of it. She does have a shield strapped to her back and a walking stick in her hand, but looks very different because as she shifts all around, her skin is pearlescent, shimmering between this teal and purple color as the light reflects off of it in different ways. And otherwise, she's just sort of standing at ease, watching the fire as it roars, desperately trying to avoid looking at the townsfolk that are
I would say
gathered.
it's not lit yet. I would say there's
Oh, okay.
still like a bunch of people are gathering, but the fire is not lit yet. However, there probably are, as evening is starting to fade into night, you'll probably see a bunch of like torches around. But yeah, just to be clear, the fire is not lit yet at this point.
Gotcha.
But yes,
Well,
but still kind of keeping her eyes off of keeping their eyes off of the dead bodies, I assume.
Yes.
And Rain has she's had a bit of a trek over the past week. She has been on the move from another post that she was at, and just recently got into STEM Garden earlier that day. And
The
so
boots and
both of
the
these
bottom
people
of
would
the.
be a brand new sight to.
I want to insight check the DM on that statement.
Okay.
Yeah, there is some lag. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But yeah, her boots and her walking stick and the bottom of the gambeson are all covered in mud from the trek.
Yeah.
Good
I
roll to start
am
off the arc.
being.
Shut up,
Well,
Artem.
I guess
Shut
if
up.
that's a. Yeah, with that 5, you think that everything the DM said from the beginning of the session has all been a lie. None of what I said is true.
It's all shit.
I like
There
that we
was
finally.
no math.
It took us
There was no explosion.
4.5 years, but we finally have Drizzt in something.
Yep. Let's see.
So we don't.
All right, so I
Rain is
guess
just kind of
that's
hanging like in the back of the crowd, just observing. Is that? accurate?
Yeah, I think there would be kind of an area where there's like kind of predominantly only Imperial soldiers, and she and her captain are kind of lined up with all of them, so not really amongst the crowd of general citizens. And so is there any kind of mingling or anything else that people are going to want to do before we kind of get into the next part?
If we do see Hunter and Audra, I imagine that we will want to link up with them.
Okay. Yeah, you would see each other, and yeah, if you want to head over. Hunter and Audra are currently not together, but if you want to scope out one of the two, you can do that, and it's up to Hunter and Audra if they want to try to scout you guys out too, and it's up to you all.
Audra's definitely not actively looking. She can be found, but she's not looking for anyone.
She can be pretty easily found. She is tall as fuck.
Yes.
Then I would go seek out Hunter and his paw, see how he's doing since he had a pretty rough time last we saw him. Hey guys.
Paw is.
Made it. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Paw is probably gonna find something to lean up against, just kind of casually, just kind of putting his arm on something, and he's holding back tears, kind of wiping away as they come in, just trying to act like he's scratching his nose and stuff.
Guys, how are you holding up? And
I mean, about as well as to be expected, I suppose. How about you and yours?
same, basically. You know. I know it's only been a week, but it feels like it's been a long, long week.
Yeah. I just don't know how we're going to recover from this as a town.
Yeah, I can't really picture it much either. But that's what we do. Have you guys seen... Sorry, go ahead.
Want a candle? I got candles.
I'm all good. I was going to say, have you seen Audra? She's been missing or avoiding us. I can't exactly tell which.
I don't know. I haven't
Like
seen her
avoiding.
since the explosion.
Yeah. All right. Well, she's got to be here somewhere. It's not like she's exactly stealthy.
It's not like she can turn invisible. Wait a minute.
For 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's for 6 seconds.
Yeah, Hunter kind of fidgets with his nails and stuff, and dang, sorry. Hunter's just kind of picking at his nails and stuff and fidgeting around a little bit. Oh, haven't been to one of these in a while, but I don't know. Do we do toasts or something?
Some citizen is gonna like speak over, having overheard that. Is like, I believe the illithid is actually going to be a commencement address sometime, or eulogy, whatever it would be. Hey, can I get a light from your candle?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. As the three of you are kind of gathering, Audra off to your side, looking at all these soldiers around, you'll be thinking back as we flash back to that time where Audra was disguised as a soldier. We cut back to a week later, back to there's rain that is beginning to fall down as the illithid up high above is summoning rain to come down, washing over the fire. There's flames everywhere. People are still screaming. And Audra, you have kind of done a Superman thing and like ducked behind something and came back out as a guard. And one of the Imperial guards is going to shout over to you like, "Oi! Are you injured?"
No, I'm fine. What's happened
Well, then
here?
help me out over here. Help me out.
Yeah.
Don't just stand there. Do something. And you're gonna see that at some point, the guards will have tended to their own as much as they could and gotten them out. And they have started to working in actually trying to help ordinary citizens and trying to pull them out of wreckage and trying to, pat out fires and all sorts of stuff. Give me a hand here. This one's a big one. And there's like a big Goliath. Actually, no. Let's say this one's a Loxodon. I can't carry a Loxodon by myself. It's just
she'll
like,
have
give
to,
me a hand.
Audra, since
Grab a leg.
she has like the double carrying strength, she'll have to like fake and be like, yeah, it's real heavy on this end too. Like help to move it. But yeah, so as she'll just chip in and help as ordered. And just gonna listen to anything that might happen, like if the illithid addresses the troops or anything. She just wants to hear like what their take on it is. Like, are they equally confused? Is somebody speaking definitively about this? Like, what's the tone in the moment,
You're definitely going to be hearing other soldiers be like, "What the fuck is going on?" And like they're going to be sort of, "Do you know anything about? Did you see anything? Did you see them?" And they're like, "I didn't fucking see any, but I don't know what the fuck's going on." They're freaking out and they seem just as confused as anybody. They're just like, "Quick, just get them!" And as you're going and like grabbing for people and stuff, there's like an old injured man who's going to like grab at your leg and be like, help me, I'm dying."
When he does that, he totally grabs through the disguise since it's only visual, but I guess if he's dying, he's not gonna care much.
Nah, he's just a old dying human guy who's probably too delirious to even realize.
She will pick him up and carry him over to like wherever wherever the injured people are being dropped off. She will do that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Alrighty, and that is mainly what you would pick up from that. I think that's unless there's anything else specifically you're trying to do, that's mostly what you would glean from that.
It lasts like an hour, so if it's mostly like just helping people out during that time, then I guess she would just do that for a bit, and then when the time comes, slip away so that she can go back to just being her.
Okay. Then that is where that flashback ends. Does anybody else have anything they want to do during this currently?
Back at the pyre?
Yeah, back at the pyre, yeah.
I would like to approach some of the guards.
Okay.
And I'm gonna start shaking hands. and I'm gonna
Okay.
make my way towards Silverbeard as I do it. Just kind of like shake hands up the line.
Okay. You can do that, and they're gonna look at you really confused. Okay. But they'll accept it.
When I get to Silverbeard, does he let me shake his hand?
Oh, Silverbeard's dead.
Who am I thinking of? Wait, Silverbeard's?
I don't know.
Silverbeard's on top
On
of
the pyre.
Lord
piles, yeah.
Silverbeard is dead. He's like on, like
Who
on
is
top
the-
of the whole
who is the
pyre and
head-
everything.
The head honcho guy. I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Oh, head honcho guy is dead. He is super dead, and at this point, head honcho seems to be the Lithid, who has not appeared at this point.
Well, I guess who of the Imperials seem like the one in charge at the moment, like the one.
There are other captains about. Could be one of them, but at this point, the Imperials that stand out to you, unless you're going up to a priest, would be Rain and Dritz, who you've never seen before, but they don't. They stand out. So maybe their leadership, you don't really know.
Okay. I guess not breaking the fourth wall there. I'm gonna shake Drisk's hand, and I just want to thank you for y'all being boots on the ground, and when things happen, just being here to support the community.
He's gonna shake your hand really firmly, and he is going to roll an insight check on you. So he rolled really damn high.
Mm-hmm.
So gleaming from you, what is it that you're really like intending with this? Like, you're just trying to get closer. Like, what is he? He notices there's something kind of shifty, but with a high roll, he would probably be able to tell that you're. There's something more than just shifty. He'd probably be able to glean from that. Like, what do you think you're about right now?
Well, my purpose is to get close. I want to. I guess. What would he gather from it?
I think the main thing, he'd just get a really bad feeling from you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
be like, there's something fake about this guy.
Yeah,
like coming over, like this doesn't seem genuine. Like he's actually.
Mm-hmm. It seems like a.
So he looks at you, but he'll kind of say back, well, thank you there. What's your name, kid?
My name's Hunter, and I lost some friends, and I'm going to break down and give him a hug. And when I do, I'm going to.
He's gonna push you. He's not gonna let you hug him, especially
No.
after that insight. He's gonna be like, "Get the fuck off."
That's fair.
And I would say, Rain, you were right beside him too during all of this. What's your reaction to all of this going on?
She's gonna like jump in real quick, and like hearing that, she is already feeling a little weird about everything, but she's just gonna move up a little bit and say, like sort of try to corral Hunter away from the other person. Be like, I'm so sorry for your loss, but the commander is well, he's overseeing troops here. Can I help you with anything?
I guess not. It's just a hard day.
I understand.
I guess Hunter will kind of retreat and kind of shuffle off.
Sorry, I'm just gonna bring my dog inside this room here because she's getting so annoying right now.
I was waiting for the voice, Artem, because I know you were like, should I do an accent in the group chat?
I'm gonna try, and it's gonna be horrible.
Also, like,
Andrew, why didn't you try and pickpocket the obviously suspicious of you person? Like, I bet he has some gold on him. Didn't you want to
No.
take some
Now
of that?
that is rude and assuming a whole lot. I was gonna slip something in his pocket.
I thought you were totally gonna
Oh.
steal shit from him.
I also thought you were
No!
gonna steal. Well, hey,
I was doing
remember
a
what
slip,
happened?
not a steal.
Remember what happened when Dash tried to slip something in Elena's
Opposite.
pocket? It did not end very great. It was just like,
They almost never do. They almost never do. Is
I
the real.
swear I did not
trick.
mean to pinch you there. Oops.
Alrighty. Okay. Anything else?
I think after sort of shooing Hunter, or not shooing him away, but like sort of moving him off to the side, she'll go back to her boss and just sort of fall back into rank. Do we know when the event is going to start?
I think it's gonna start real soon. Hey, first thing tomorrow morning, there's a briefing for you, okay?
That's soon. Okay.
Been briefed earlier today, and you should be briefed. You should be briefed first thing tomorrow.
Well, hopefully we don't have to be here all night.
Hopefully not. Hopefully he's gonna be here any moment. Really depends on the citizens, I guess.
Well, actually, never mind. And she's just gonna fall back in line.
Okay. Anything else?
So there is a moment where Chimera does eventually see like Audra at the pyre. And while she doesn't like go ahead and make her approach, there like because she sees that she's like there with Ronkin, there is a hot moment where Chimera wants to be like, "Where have you been?" Like just full on Mama Weasley. But she does not. She does not.
Yeah.
And so she stays back for now.
Yeah, like maybe there's some eye contact and some like, ma'am, kind of. But other than that, I mean, no confrontation.
Yeah, because no one in the party see me for about a week. How long is it? 6 days, Richard, you said?
6 days, which is a week in this world,
Right,
and
okay.
so yeah, literally since the explosion and everything, they just haven't seen you at all. I think Chimera has seen Ronkin once when trying to go to your door, but that
Went
was
and
it.
checked him out.
Checked out. What are you checking out my uncle for?
I'm a very lonely woman, Audra.
Trying to find you.
Honestly, Audra would not care. Yeah,
Okay.
get
But
some,
there has
Uncle.
been
Have
like
fun.
a few times throughout the week, like she'd like dropped by your house, like,
Mhm.
hey, yo, is Audra here? And they're like, nah. And is she alive? Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so just gonna move forward at this point. So after some mingling, which we'll have more time for later, if anybody, wanted to do something. The Illithid will fly up from overhead. Not so much fly as just kind of float, looking like he's standing and just kind of floating overhead, about 30 or so feet above everyone else. Much as he did on the day of the Mabon attack. And he's going to look down at everybody. And again, without speaking, just kind of telepathically, you hear these words emanating from him. I imagine that there's quite a nice speech. I cannot write very nice speeches, so this is an abridged version. Citizens of STEM Garden, we gather to remember what was taken from us on what was supposed to be a day of celebration. Make no mistake, my friends. This was an act of war, and we will respond in kind. The great barbarian conspiracy will not go unanswered. The traitors who took your loved ones will be brought to swift justice. They attacked you because they hate your way of life. They hate your prosperity. They want you to live as they do, squabbling in huts and caves. But we have worked too hard, built too much to go backwards. And people start like, yeah, rah. The tragic loss of life must be avenged. And we are raising the army to do so. And you're starting to hear some people like, yeah, kill the barbarians, slay the berserkers. I hear you. And soon, the ones who blew up these fairgrounds will hear you. And now the chanting's starting to get like, yeah, fuck those guys. This attack was not an isolated incident. The loss of Fort Charles shows we must remain vigilant and be prepared for a similar attack against our own city. In the days and weeks ahead, you may be called upon to defend your very homes and livelihoods. But my friends, we have your back. Hoorah! Some of the military starting to chant to be like, hell yeah, hoorah, we got your back. In years past, I was glad to stand idly by as a mere advisor and teacher, and it was the privilege of my life to see you all take lead in your own prosperity. But now it is time for me to step in and lead you through this difficult time. With the great old one to guide me, these heathens do not stand a chance against us. More, rah! Are you with me? And some people are like, yeah! And you're starting to hear more citizens saying, yeah. And he says once more, are you with me? And now you're starting to hear a whole bunch of the audience start to clap and cheer. Yeah! And it goes into thunderous applause. For those wondering how you can help, there are 3 very important things even the smallest and meekest among you can do. The first, be ever vigilant. Remember these words. If you see something, say something. You could be the one who thwarts the next attack. The second is simple. Go shopping. Buy yourself a nice gift. Splurge a little. This attack has destabilized our businesses, affecting your prosperity. Go out and shop, and continue your prosperity. The barbarians and traitors wanted to tank our economy. Don't let them win. And lastly, as we bring our attention back to the fallen, you must never forget what happened here. Never forget. And with that, he will signal over to people to start lighting the pyre.
Ooh.
And the flames start to rise. This speech brought to you by George Bush.
Rabble,
That was
rabble,
a
rabble, rabble, rabble.
like, mission
Now listen up,
accomplished.
listen up, everybody. I'm an illithid now.
Now watch this drive.
That is honestly the best push clip.
I
Now
throw
watch
my
this
shit
drive.
at him.
The casualness
so in
of like,
any
now back
case,
to golf. Oh, man.
the flames begin to rise up, which may bring a lot out of some people. For Rain, just seeing the flames and starting to smell that smell of bodies burning triggers back in a quick instance a young child burnt inside of a building. Just for a second, it snaps you and you immediately want to take yourself out of that vision.
Sir.
Or anyone else.
She just, like, in the middle of the fire, or the middle of the pyre, speaks up. It's been a long day. Do you think I may retire?
We'll just give it a minute out of respect, then you can go.
All right. And as soon as that minute is done, she very quickly whisks away towards the barracks and pops into the first alley she can before she leans against the wall and just hurls up her guts.
Boy, you picked the right party to join.
Anybody else? Is there any reaction to the flames? Anything like that that triggers something, or anything else?
If anybody is observing Audra at the moment, like I don't know if any of the, I know like Chimera was like hovering for a moment there. If she still happens to be, then she'll see Audra Audra will be standing relatively close to the flames. So they come up, and you would see Audra like sort of like put a hand up to the fire, but whereas before when she'd just be like, "Woo, fire!" just hand right in, she's gonna like put a hand near it and then like almost like hesitate for a second, and like then put it a little closer, like real close to the flames, and then just get a relaxed look on her face, like, all right, okay, and then she'll bring her hand back.
If this were a TV show, you know, when like there's the quick edits, the quick like, there would be like the quick Anwar kind of like his eyes reflecting the fire and then him staring at it, and the quick like fast cuts to when the first time he used Agonazar's Scorcher and he roasted those 3 guards and he had that long line of fire and just the burning bodies from his own attack, and it kind of like is a parallel seeing bodies being burned in a funeral pyre on bodies being burned by his own hand. So he's kind of he thinks that and kind of frowns and grimaces, doesn't like the thought of that connection there.
I think in the flames coming up, Hunter, you would hear a little whisper of this fiendish man who you've seen in visions before.
Mhm.
You would just hear this whisper of, "Return to me." It's almost just speaking to you through the flame. But that's it. You kind of like take a second and like, did you even hear it at all? It happened so quickly. Was it your imagination or not? Hard to say.
He glances up at the Illithid again to see if, like, was he just in my head? Is that just kind of glance around and then, like,
You
Yeah.
can try to roll insight on the Illithid if you like.
sure, I'm not good at that.
What the fuck?
Well,
Bruh.
today you are.
Bruh. You
look
roll
up.
so good all the fucking time.
Not when it matters.
you look up and you immediately instinctually shake off like, nah, couldn't have been him. Don't know why you feel that way, but it's just an instinct. Like, nah.
I pull out my flask.
I don't
and
know
throw
what
back
that was, but that wasn't it.
I throw back
Okay.
a little pumpkin brandy and tuck it back in my pocket and try and clear my head a little bit.
Shortly after the speech, the Illithid is going to fly off again. Anmar, I think one other thing you would see in the flame. Well, let me give Kamir. Is there anything that you have? I just want to give you a chance to do something if you want to do something before I go back to Anmar.
Hers is more of a just kind of a miles long stare like into the fire. She thinks about Jeffrey, she thinks about Freya and Benny, and as everything becomes blurry from like just tears building up in her eyes, she'll turn her back to it and just kind of start walking away from it.
Yeah, as you turn away from it, you notice that standing not that far behind you this whole time was Helga and Raphael, who are kind of huddled up together and are kind of consoling each other with their heads on each other's shoulders, just kind of, I guess, one head on shoulder, the other head on another person's head. kind of consoling each other, and then not too far away, you also notice that Ravadia is kind of with a group of dwarves, seeming like she's with her clan, and all really upset.
If, as I pass Helga, can I just like put a hand on her back, just kind of that acknowledgement of her and Raphael's presence, and just maybe murmur very quietly, "I'd like to speak to you soon. I'll find you," and just kind of keep making my way.
She'll just quickly put her hand on your hand, just for a second, and then you go.
Okay.
And she'll just kind of nod as you do. Anwar, as you kind of see the flames, and I'm also kind of thinking cinematically here, you kind of like see the flames and then rack focus over to Bjorn. You get a flashback to sometime midweek during our absence where you stopped in to see him and you had a bit of an exchange, and seeing the flames and him brings you back to seeing him at his forge just like pounding away on a new item, I guess. He had his armor that he has shown you once before, I believe. Did he ever show you the armor, or did you just see it covered up? He has taken that armor and has...
Go ahead.
Oh, that was the full sentence, I think.
Well, we definitely have a lag here, so I'm not sure how much it is affecting other people, but Richard, you definitely have a lag. Your video is very...
I know,
I think it's just on your end, Richard. I think the rest of us are pretty in sync.
I know, because like, I'm
sure what to
speaking
do
and
about
then
that.
it's like big wait time and then someone speaks. I can try leaving the call and then coming back in.
Yeah, since you
I don't know
mentioned
what
it,
else
there's
to
a little
do.
lag.
Yeah, it's just your audio though. It's not your video. Like your video comes out at the right time, but your audio is coming out delayed from when you speak.
That's...
The lag.
doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Well, if you want to leave and rejoin, you can do that if you'd like. I'll switch
Just do
over.
a reload real quick, 'cause
I'll
it's-
switch over just so the layout doesn't get broken. If you want to do that real quick.
So I think we're gonna keep stepping on each other.
Yeah.
Artem, you have a Battle Master maneuver too?
I do.
Like us? Do you want to share what it is? Well, because I think we've all... Did we talk during the stream about what we all got? I think we did.
It may have come up.
Maybe.
I think we finalized decisions off camera.
Yeah, but we've all got a fun Battle Master maneuver as a result of the one scrimmage we did and whatever arc that was. I'm going to get... I'm just going to take the evasive footwork, I think. Welcome back, Richard.
Alright, let's see how it goes this time.
Seems a little better.
I hope so.
That was much better.
Yeah.
That exchange.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, where did we leave off with Bjorn?
Yes, he was making his armor.
Yeah, so he took that armor that you've seen before, the really spiky armor, and he has reforged it into two like tower shields that are spiky. And so when you come in to visit him midweek, you see he is just like pounding away, working with his cousin, working on these new shields. Yeah, so I guess what would have happened is you would have gone up to his forge. His cousin would have let you in, and when you go down into his kind of forge area where he's working hard at it, he's just pounding away and doesn't even like acknowledge you at first. He seems extremely hyper focused on this project.
Anwar would know that when he gets into his groove, it's best not to get in his way. Is his cousin being a little bit more receptive or more talkative, or not really?
Yeah, his cousin be willing to talk to you. Yeah, as you can see, he's quite busy. What can I help you with?
Coming in to check on you guys, seeing you're doing okay. survived the attack all right, and seems Bjorn's gotten a bit of inspiration.
Yeah. Well, while you were last away, that raven folk came by to give a bit of the one who like changes the shape and stuff. He came by and paid him a bit of a visit. Somebody said really got him spooked. Now he's gearing up like it's gonna be war all over again.
Really? When was that?
Whenever you last left, it was earlier, I guess, a week ago maybe.
Okay. Has he made mention of his armor? And Anwar's going to kind of point to the back where I'm guessing it's still covered up unless he's unveiled it.
He is taking that. Well, here's the thing. That armor that he did have in the back, he's melted it all down. He's
Really?
making something new.
These tower barbed shields or something else?
No, that's what he's doing. He's pouring all the metal out into that, and he's using some of the grooves, some of the spikes that he's using, putting them all on the shields.
Well, okay. Wow. Okay.
I don't know who these shields are for. If they're for him, he's like in a zone. He's barely even speaking to me.
How big are they?
These for a dwarf, they're tower sized. I think I have a hero forge thing I was working on. I could show you. Yeah, no, they're like for a dwarf, they would cover like head to toe. Even for a full size person, they're pretty darn heavy. So I don't know if you want to try to talk to him or not, but it's definitely a bit of he's in a zone.
Anwar will approach.
Okay. Jordan's just gonna be pounding away, look over, pull off his shield. Hey there, kid.
I see you got a job. Seems like a pretty big one from what I can tell.
Yeah. I got that feeling that everything's gonna be starting up again. This ain't gonna be a safe area for much longer.
Yeah, I get that feeling too.
I mean, it was just your friend Poe didn't outright say it, but he indicated that the good times they were coming to an end. So I don't know who's gonna be able to use this, but I knew that I didn't want to go back to the ways of the past. And I didn't want to make weapons, but I didn't want to make that kind of armor either. These shields are the best thing I know how to make.
A shield. You know, that gives me an idea for something. I'll have to keep that in mind. Well, I'm here to be your assistant as always if you need help, but it seems like you've got it mainly covered.
Yeah, mostly got this. I guess if you end up finding the right hands to put them in, you let me know.
I'll keep that in mind. Is that
All right,
the
then, well, you're welcome to help.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
The double shield.
I'll bring
Oh,
it
yeah,
up
and he
on
definitely
stream so we
would-
can get a
would-
peek at it.
He would definitely keep his old horn like helmet as well.
Well, you know, I'm never very far. So if you ever want to just talk, or you never said where
Listen.
you were the day of the attack.
I was down here working the whole time. I didn't know when exactly things were gonna go down, but I got the sense that I'd need to start work right away. I got one shield done. The other shield's gonna be done soon. And I know that I've not really been involved in this whole resistance thing, but there's a war starting up again. You know I'm going to be the side of helping the people.
That's good to hear. I'm sure the Resistance would love to have your help. So,
And we'll kind of
and then a
go
nice
back
like
out of that
hammer
flashback.
steam. That he puts the thing in the steam, and then it raises, and then it changes scenes.
Yeah, it just the steam raises into the smoke from the fire and back to Anwar.
Nice
just
graphic
kinda
cut right there.
looking about.
Yeah. Full, you know,
Yeah.
like
Alrighty then. As the fire kind of goes and people are starting to cry and disperse, is there anything else anybody else wants to do before we kind of close that out for the day?
Audra's not gonna do anything unless she's approached.
Is anybody approaching Audra tonight, or is everybody like, nah, we're just not gonna deal with her if she doesn't want to be talking to us? We won't want to talk to her.
Probably not here, just because I feel like rolling up and being like, "Where have you been?" Like that raises more suspicion than it needs to.
Before she quick time
Yeah.
events up the pyre to stab the illithid flying in the air.
Yep. So does everybody just go back home? Is there any kind of meetup anybody wants to be doing later that evening, since there's already kind of some people gathered? Is there anything like that that people want to be doing?
Did we
Sure,
plan
there's
a
gonna be a-
rendezvous
Or is
as a
everybody
party?
just kind of...
if Audra
I
is
should
there,
mention, let's go over to the calendar here. So Arc 3 begins on the 6th, and the original plan, before the Maybon attack and everything, the original plan from like 2 weeks ago was for the party to either send a pigeon or to go to the safe house that is in the woods where Drax or Trax and where Trax and the
Saoirse?
Sorsha, where she is. No, I think her name's actually Sorsha.
we did send a raven or a pigeon, though, right?
Yeah, we sent Chad. Like we're totally sending Chad.
I don't know if you guys have done that yet, or if you were going to, and like what you were going to say in it, or anything like that.
Yeah,
Is
I don't
this
think we
not
had yet.
in regards to our attack?
So this is just kind of its own private pigeon that you're feeling most likely would not get intercepted because it's not like going through any official mail service or anything like that. This was a pigeon by the Resistance, and so by this date, which is the day after we're at right now, there was either supposed to be a pigeon that got to the safe house, or you guys were supposed to travel to the safe house.
And is
I
it
didn't
to-
know we were
And
supposed
if
to
you
leave.
were to send a pigeon, it would it would, if you were sending a pigeon, it would basically be like, all right, what's your plan? Where are you guys? Stuff like that.
Okay, so the pigeon was to ask for what's next, not to report back as to what we did, since that's kind of already been taken care of.
No, it would be to say like, what are you doing at this point? Because if you guys are not meeting up with the Resistance, they need to know where you are and what you're doing.
Sorry, when you say what are you when you say what are
Like,
you
hey,
doing?
we're
do you
laying
mean
low
what are
right
we,
now.
the party
Mhm.
doing, or what
Yes.
is, or are we asking Yo Resistance?
Yeah,
what are
what-
you doing?
No, you guys are reporting back what your party is
Okay.
doing to
Okay.
the Resistance, so they
Sorry,
know what
I
you're up
wasn't-
to.
I wasn't sure who the you was there at first. Okay, got it.
Okay.
I think the letter would be something like, just got back from vacation, ran into some old friends, everything went well, but things in town have been rough. I'm sure you've heard of the tragedy. We have some rebuilding to do, but we'll get together soon for dinner.
We haven't sent it yet, but I know the plan was to send it.
Yeah, that would be like my draft that I
It's
run
probably
by you
tonight,
guys.
back then.
So yeah, I don't know if you guys wanted to meet up tonight to go over that or anything else, but
Well, I'm sure there would have been a
yeah,
wake.
it's up
at
to
the,
you guys. I think
overleaf.
Ryan was beginning to say, well, if Audra's
Mhm.
there, then
Yeah, if Audra's there, Anwar will approach. He'll wait the appropriate time to admire Audra brooding, but then after that's done, he'll go and speak to her. Hey, haven't seen you for a while. Good to see you're alive.
Hello, Anwar. Yes, I am very much alive. And yes, you have not seen me in some time. A
Well,
week
listen,
or so, I suppose it's been.
you know, the four of us, and maybe more, we're gonna remember our fallen allies and our fallen friends at my place tonight. If you'd like to join us, it would be great to remember them, those we've lost.
Sure. I have finished what I needed to do. So now I can return to the group and continue to play my role.
Okay. And it is a BYOB thing. I don't have enough drinks for everyone. So if food also works, there's a shop not far, like, down the street from my place.
She's going to scratch her tattoo a little bit and just, I'm not too particular on food and drink for the time being.
Okay, well, whatever you want to bring, that'd be great.
I will bring myself.
Okay.
I am the gift.
So he'll let Hunter know that he and or Paw are welcome for drinks at Anwar's place to remember the fallen and nothing else.
Absolutely.
Oh, I guess Audra might have. Did you invite just Audra or Audra plus her uncle?
I guess, I don't know if, does Anwar know about Audra's uncle?
I mean, he's in the Resistance with us, yeah.
Then yeah, I guess so.
He's been at initiation. He's been in a number of things.
He's also standing next to me at the pyre.
He's also a real jerk, though, so
Yep.
use your discretion.
Yeah.
Then yeah.
He's probably like, well, it depends. Is that Chimera gonna be there?
Well,
Nah, it's
gonna be sick.
not as.
No, I know it's not him.
Listen, why don't you carry on with it? Oh man, I'm gonna check and make sure your mother's still safe.
All right.
So he will respectfully decline. So yeah, if we want to
later.
cut over to Anwar's house, then you can do that.
I would love to swing through the Cloverleaf just to see what the situation is over there.
Oh, they're definitely having a big old wake, and some Raj is playing his heart out. He's playing a sad little ballad, and
Yeah, I'll
they're
definitely-
but the sadness is going to transform into happiness as they kind of go into celebrating the person's life. And
Are there-
and she wouldn't be the only one. I'm sure there's other people who they'd be mourning at that place.
Are there any Imperials or guards or anything there, or is it locals only at this point?
Probably locals only inside, but there's definitely guards around the place.
Hmm.
Pinky's still gonna do his role being the bouncer though. He's gonna be giving the stink eye to every one of those squids.
Mm-hmm. Is there like a corner a couple of them are hanging on, or like I'm trying to do some surveillance. Some light surveillance.
Okay, there are soldiers that are kind of marching through all around at various different times and such. And then yeah, I would say that those sentinel construct things, you would probably see one like march through, just kind of stop, scan for a while for like 10 minutes, and then walk over to another spot.
Okay.
So there's it's not really much time when there's not a guard nearby. There are tons of guards in the city at this point.
Cool.
It definitely feels like police state at this point.
I think over the week I've kind of learned some new things about my new body, and I'm gonna like wiggle a loose tooth, and then like pluck it out, and kind of
Mhm.
as I walk past, just kind of like casually drop it near a couple of chatting guards, and
Okay.
just kind of ask you two at when it happened.
They look over and they're like, "Nah, we're from down south. We're new."
All right, and just kind of walk into the bar, and then kind of sit in the corner for a bit, and
Mhm.
I'm gonna go into a trance and listen in through the tooth I dropped, a Bluetooth,
Okay.
my Bluetooth device, uh, and I'm gonna check into like just listen in. I think it lasts a minute. Once I activate it, remote viewing, yeah, lasts for 1 minute, but I can end it early. And I'm just gonna listen in to see if they talk about anything sketchy or any worthwhile intel.
Yeah, probably what you'd pick up is a couple of them having a conversation, and one of them's just like, "Ugh, this is so boring," and they're like, "Yeah, well, it beats the last place we were at," and I'm gonna be talking about like, well, appreciate the calm before the storm, because those barbarians could be coming days, weeks. That we could be next. This city could be next. This is the farthest frontier now that Fort Charles is gone. So I'll take boring over outright war any day. So that's the kind of conversations you'd be picking up on, is this general anxiety about what could be coming and stuff like that.
Now, had we heard that
Um,
that Fort Charles was a win for us before, or were we just guessing?
um, yeah, you've definitely heard through the grapevine over the past week, and then I think the Illithid also mentioned it in his speech. Like, yeah, Fort Charles was taken.
Gotcha.
They were successful in that.
Cool. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. After that, I'll say my goodbyes and head on over to Anwar's.
Okay. Once at Anwar's, sorry, Artem, that I'll get you in soon. It's gonna cut over to you after them. So once the four of you are finally reunited at Anwar's, what do you do? What do you talk about?
Well, I assume Audra is going to walk in last. After everyone else has arrived. So she'll just come in.
Would probably be Hunter last if he took a trip to the bar first.
Oh, maybe. Okay, well, either way, she gets there and just looks around. Ah, it seems I'm not quite last, if Hunter's lagging behind, but I'm here. Hello, everyone.
Hi, how are you doing? It's been a while.
Yes. It's certainly been a while since we've all been together.
It feels like it.
Yeah. I've, been away.
Well, your mother said too. She at least told me you were alive, though. So that was nice of her.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
After what happened to my father, we did the traditional furball burial, and I decided I needed a little meditation time, I guess you could call it. I've been looking for ways to bring together this forge and this nature, this duality within me, and well, there was no way to bring them together. So instead, Sylvanas and Anatar have granted me something new and different. something that didn't bring them together, but something entirely different. And she'll draw out her sword and just place it down, and you'll see that. So instead of like, it had like sort of an orangey glow to the blade, now it's more of like a white glow. And she had Anatar's symbol on the hilt as like a keychain. Now it's that symbol, but pressed into a leaf, and the leaf is Sylvanas' symbol. And, well, I suppose it's a good thing Hunter's not here yet, because the only bad news I have is for him, and that's that I, can't be helping him defensively anymore. I have different cleric, abilities now, I suppose you'd say. I'm no longer of the Forge. I am now on the path of war.
I think Hunter's standing in the door frame now. I think we're all on a war path, or about to be.
Did you hear the first part of that?
Yeah, shit out of luck over here, but that's kind of the way it's been going, I suppose.
Yeah.
So y'all thirsty? And he's gonna, swing a jug of moonshine.
Yes, Hunter, thank you for bringing something.
I mean, you
That's
said it was
should've-
BYOB. Y'all didn't BYOB?
She motions onto her
Chimera, who
sword.
has like
Does the B not stand for blade?
Chimera, who has like made herself very familiar around Anwar, the Marwan kitchen, like gets cups down.
Nice.
Hunter, is it a
This
strange?
is my kitchen now.
Hunter, is it a strange request to say that you should pour me the worst stuff you have? For the time being?
Well, it didn't bring the worst stuff, so you're lucky on that.
For the time
There's
being,
some
it
tea here
unfortunately
if you
makes
need it.
little difference. The tea's fine. I'm curious what you all have been up to for the past week.
Working mostly helps make the time go by faster, and things are a little bit easier to understand on a drafting board than they are in real life sometimes.
Yeah.
Trying to catch up on the farm. There's a little backlog, and then, of course, Paul's been hurt, so picking up a little extra slack. And then just kind of staring into the void when I get a few moments to myself.
You know, when she's ready, I'm sure my mother could be a help out on the farm. It is natural for us to do that sort of thing.
Do you like pumpkins?
She likes anything that grows out of the ground. And Audra will look like slightly, when she looks over to Chimera and asks what she's doing, it's definitely more of an empathetic tone toward Chimera specifically. And how have you been holding up this last week?
Well enough. Anwar's been kind enough to let me stay here for the time being, which is probably within his interest, considering he has a tendency to forget to eat sometimes, young man.
Cut
But
to
mostly-
5 uneaten sandwiches like next to a workbench.
Mostly making sure that Freya's family is in order, I suppose.
Well, I'm glad you found things to occupy your time. I'm glad you've all found that. I have to admit, even for one that's as free-spirited as myself, I feel, slightly directionless at the moment. It's certainly easy when the Resistance goes, go here, destroy this. But, that's...
Speaking of directions, we do need to send word, as I don't think we'll make it to the farm in time, and I don't think it necessarily be a good idea to do that. To let them know what our situation is, which is we're here and not dead, and
Yeah,
that.
I wrote up a draft here. Thought I'd let y'all take a look at it, and it basically says what I said earlier, like slightly coded. Just got back from vacation and all that.
I leave the double talk up to you, Hunter. I trust that's what's in there. That what you've
Feel
written
like-
will handle it.
Maybe a little less information might be good.
Less information.
and actually used a comma here. You don't need to put a comma there. And actually, it'd probably be better if I just look over the syntax a little bit. And Anwar's going to kind of like mark it up a little bit.
Oh, he's putting a semicolon.
No, syntax ain't real.
It is real.
I was gonna say, Hunter being the only one who knows Rebel code is just like, god damn it, you're fucking up my. I had those there for a reason.
Audra will also just ask the group, these additional forces in town, have they made things more difficult? Has it remained the same? I will confess that some of my urges to, shall we say, make a ruckus are still very much there. But, first of all, I wouldn't do that without the support of this group behind me. And second of all, I don't know if it would be the best move while there's additional occupants in the city. As much as I would have liked to climb that pyre and bring down that squid face right onto the flames myself.
Yeah, it's good that you didn't do that.
Yeah. Oh, I did it in here many times.
I don't know about you all, but I've noticed that I've been watched more than usual from guards. I don't know if it's just your like casual guard racism watching for the fire genasi or like something else going on, but at least I've only been going to the workshop and been feeling eyes on me more and more lately.
I've lived my whole life with eyes on me, considering my size and shape, so I don't have much to add to this right now.
No, he's correct though. I mean, it's just more attention, whether it's suspicion or not. People are just watching. They're making sure they're doing anything. They're trying to figure out who it was that did it. Though current opinions are that they in fact did it. But
That the Empire did it themselves,
oh, of course.
as a matter.
I mean, at least their people seem to think that, it was someone else. So,
She like pretty.
assuming it was them, and assuming it's them, it must have been some specific squad keeping it quiet.
That or the rebels did it and didn't give a damn who was there. Either way, someone needs to be taken down a peg.
Chimera's gonna like pick her sword up from the table and like very violently shove it back into its sheath. Like, well, that statement I certainly agree with. I would like to know who specifically is responsible, and I would like to know why, and I would like to learn other things from them, perhaps in violent ways. But yes,
I did have some theories.
Yes, Anwar, please.
There was one member of the resistance who was had a penchant for explosives.
Oh,
But
the rat.
yeah, which would be ironic if he were, in fact, a traitor.
Yeah, it'd be a little too on the nose.
Right? I feel like,
That's my suspicion as well.
but I don't know. Picking up Poe on the day, he had no idea. He had no clue. And I feel like he's probably more well connected than anyone else we know.
Well, I would
So
certainly
then-
like to look into it more. And if we report
My
back,
mind.
perhaps we report back to the Resistance and tell them that that's a task we could take on, if the rest of you also wish to know more.
So after that, my mind went to someone else who might know a little bit about explosives and tinkering. Flash Iron Pan.
That bastard!
But he was there
Like my
at
glass
the
of
pyre
piss.
tonight. He was mourning his cousin. So he's slippery, but I don't know if he's sacrificed his own cousin slippery. That'd be low, even for him.
Have you done an insight check on him though? Have you made
I
sure?
wanted to, but could I do a retroactive insight?
Sure.
Wouldn't that be a
let's see
history
what I-
check?
Let's see what I remember.
Isn't
I'm
that
better at
retroactive
history.
insight?
You can do an insight. That's fine.
12?
We're doing great today.
He seemed a little slimy. Like, I don't know.
It's really hard to tell. He's
Don't-
very slimy.
Well, as I said, my vote is to form the resistance of our current status, and perhaps, if the rest of you wish, look into this possibility that it was a propaganda move.
I think it was, but it'd be better to have more concrete data.
Indeed. And there's the possibility that it could be someone else entirely. There did seem to be some new faces in town in the crowd today.
It's been new faces all week down there.
Giving somebody a segue here if they want it.
Segways won't be invented until a different universe, many, many years from now. Mall cops will ride around on them.
Audra, why did you look up at the ceiling when you said new faces in town?
Was there anything else anybody wanted to do here right now? I just wanted to finish this out before I move on.
I think we're just sending out the bird.
Okay.
Send Chad.
All right, so we will cut to the following morning, when Rain is reporting for her briefing. So she will meet up with her commander or her captain, as well as the squad of about 8 soldiers that go with them for acquisitions. And so you'll be reporting at the Imperial Keep. Hold on, let me back to Stem Garden. You'll be reporting to the Imperial Keep where you go in, and then there is a kind of secluded off in a like basement, almost dungeon-like area. It's kind of a small room area. And as you go in, he'll just kind of motion like, "Hey, shut the door," and then one of the guards will shut the door, just lit by a few torches. And then in the center area, there is a table that has blue flame, and you would recognize this as kind of an area where illusions can be shown to kind of highlight certain things. And so this is kind of a common thing for you for briefings. And Driss is going to say, "All right, thanks for coming in. Per usual, here's the briefing. Here's what we know so far." And he's going to show up a map of the general area showing both Stem Garden and then Fort Charles. And Fort Charles is going to have just like a little flame over it, essentially. Put us back over here. So, the Baymon massacre was just one of many attacks at various Imperial camps and trading posts across the region. It appears these attacks were initially intended to draw forces away from Fort Charles, which was sacked later in the evening of Mabon. We cannot deny that these attacks are all connected, which is why we're now calling this string of attacks the Great Barbarian Conspiracy. As best we can tell, the vast majority of Berserkshire tribes have united into a confederacy under the leadership of a Loxodon warlord who goes by the name of Mazadon, and in which, when he says this, he will be shifting the illusion over to show the image of this massive elephant tattooed all over, super buff, and the illusion shoots up like 12 feet into the air. Those who escaped Fort Charles described him as 12-foot tall behemoth who is so powerful that he fights without armor, without weapons. Intelligence tells us his leadership is supplemented by 2 other large champions, and together they are referred to as the Big Three. This confederacy seems to have tendrils that spread throughout the region and include rebellion cells even within the city. It is one of these rebellion cells that we believe targeted Lord Silverbeard, which once again the illusion will switch over. One of these rebellion cells we believe targeted Lord Silverbeard in an attempt to destabilize Stem Garden. No doubt, now that Fort Charles is taken, the towers that harbor our navy will be next, and then Stem Garden will be the most likely target after that. That's why it is imperative that we root out this rebellion before Macedon's forces get here. So far, there's no physical evidence, and most of the tips have been nothing but paranoid nonsense. However, there was one tip the Empire received a few days ago that has shown some promise. Flash Ironpan, a tinkerer by trade, tipped us off of a suspicious family who knows their way around tinkering and fire. Apparently, they were recently ordered to join a crafting guild so that the Empire could have more oversight over their inventions, but instead they refused and allowed for their shop to be shut down. To add to suspicion, the family allegedly left the city days before the Maybon massacre. All but one, actually, which leads us to person of interest number 1. Anwar Marwan.
What is this picture?
According to Mr. Ironpan.
Find this picture.
According to... Because he's not exactly seen him
They
before.
never get the nose right.
It makes Amr look like such a creep.
Well, that's how they see him.
Yeah.
According to Mr. Ironpan, he's a brilliant and gifted tinkerer, but stubborn and aloof. We have records that he was out in the swamp near one of the attacked camps around the time that it was sacked. And he actually is... we've been keeping an eye on him for the past few days since we got this tip. We intercepted a piece of mail that he delivered before sending it out, seemingly to his family. Seems innocent enough, nothing we can really gain from it, except for that it's possible he's either trying to cover up his own innocence by saying, like, oh, it seems like there was an attack here, and making it sound like it wasn't him. So this may actually be going out to his family. Or this is somehow some kind of cryptic message sending it out to somebody who's indeed not his family. All we know is that it was sent to Waterwheel, so we've sent a scout out to go see if we find anything there. We've been watching the house from a distance, and also just troops passing by, and we've noticed that he has currently been residing with an orcish woman. We believe this to be Kamira Alozara, just based by paperwork. He was with a half-orc woman when he was returning into the city from the swamp, which again, he was in the swamp area near one of the camps that was attacked around this time. So again, it's all circumstantial together. This Kamira Ara, she recently sold her house, and her stall was destroyed in the explosion, so it seems like she may be cutting ties and ready to move on. She had a son who was killed in an explosion of sorts a few months ago. My understanding is the Empire put a tail on her for a couple of weeks, but nothing came of it. But still, it's starting to add up that, she might quite possibly be involved with some sort of explosive work along with Anwar. She's been staying at Anwar's house since, and I had a note there that I don't know where I was going with that. But in any case, so that was her also staying in the house for a little bit, although for the past few days has since gone. We did notice that for a while someone in the house was a tiefling, a pale tiefling of sorts. We believe to be Hunter Valentine and his father Caleb Valentine. We believe that we know this based off of the house that they returned to upon leaving the gate. They live right on the other side of the wall. We've seen this in other cities. Sometimes people who, when the walls get put up and they're just right on the other side of it, there's some resentment. So it's possible that there's something there. They had an issue with tax avoidance recently, but that got settled. So we don't really have much to go on there. There was also a halfling that was sighted who came up to the door of Anwar's at some point and was let in for a brief period and then left. We have no idea who this halfling is, nor have we ever seen them again. Should also go without saying that any of these people who came and went could be magically disguised. But as of this point, we do not know who this halfling is, or if it's even a halfling. So that's everybody who's been spotted in the house. Anwar has mostly been spotted going in between his house and his workstation area, his family's tinkering shop, which has been closed for weeks now, and so his family is gone. We've mentioned that. And lastly, he was spotted stopping by the forge of a Bjorn Iron Pride. We don't have any indication of what he looks like, but here's an image that I've conjured up of what a dwarven forge may look like. We've seen Anwar stopping by here. This Bjorn Iron Pride apparently has been here since the city was founded. No other members of Clan Iron Pride are residents of Stemgarden, so it's quite likely that his clan resides in Berserkshire. As a forger, he's also another prime option for someone who could be involved in this attack. But right now, our focus is on person of interest number 1, Anwar Marwan. That's where we'll be focusing our attention. This is where acquisitions come in. They're still going to hold on him for a while and see if there's anything going on with him, anything that they can pick up. Hopefully he could lead us to other people. But we're going to hold on him for a few days. But eventually, when the time comes where the Empire is going to raid him and start questioning him, we're going to need the acquisitions firm to go in and look over his whole house, his whole shop, and see if there's anything that we can identify that could link to this attack. Do you have any questions, Rain? I know that was a lot to absorb at once.
Yes, you said that he has a penchant for fire. Is he capable of these bombs that exploded?
We don't know yet, but we do know that his kind is certainly resistant to fire. So should there be any accidents, he would probably be okay. So it makes sense that he would cause an attack that was related to fire, I suppose. Again, this is really circumstantial. We don't have anything physical connecting yet, but a lot of it's starting to add up enough that feels like he may be the one we're looking for. But there's a number of reasons for sitting on this. First, there's the fact that without him knowing that we've been watching him, he may inadvertently lead us to somebody. And I should have you know, this briefing does not include any new intel that we've learned since last night. So there may be others. There may be an additional report after we hear back from those who were watching him during the pyre last night. But also this kind of works for the Empire now, to sit on this for a while and let people kind of ease into what's going to be a new reality. You know, they really do need to be vigilant and fearful, and because there could be a serious attack coming for everybody. So as unfortunate as this one attack was, and the larger interest, it kind of works out for the Empire in some ways, because if all they had heard about were attacks happening elsewhere, then I don't think they'd be nearly so vigilant as they are now. But so sometimes we catch a break.
You mentioned that the shop was been closed for a little while, or that he has been traveling there. Has it been investigated when he has not been there?
No, we've not done that yet, and that's something that we may be doing, but we were thinking that it's possible that he somehow sabotaged the place or put up traps in some way, and so we currently the plan right now is to take him, interrogate him, read through his mind, make sure that the areas are safe, and then we'll go and investigate that further.
Is there a timeline of when this raid will happen?
Probably within the next 2 to 3 days. I think they want to
And-
sit on him a bit longer. At some point, the people will want a name. At some point, the people will want to see that the Empire is bringing justice to people who did this. But for the time being, I think the Empire is okay with people getting used to this new normal right now. Learning to deal with their fear.
And my orders until the raid happens, sir.
If you have any books, I suppose, study up on anything you know about Genazis and Tinkerers. And when the time comes, within the next few days, we will execute the warrant to search his house and his shop, and hopefully we will do what we do with acquisitions. We will acquire all of his things and find out if there's anything that connects him to this terrible tragedy.
If I may, I would like to volunteer some of my time to watching his house. I might be able to spot something that the tired soldiers may not.
Guess I don't see anything wrong with that. Just don't get yourself noticed.
I can do that.
Just mind you that other guards will still be doing their job. They will be watching as well. But if you like to add to what they're doing, that's fine.
Of course.
Just be careful about it, but this isn't your first rodeo.
Well, I look forward to the raid and hopefully putting an end to this terrorism business.
Yes, indeed. I certainly would like to get this under control before we inevitably have to deal with some sort of battle with the barbarians. So, I guess that's it for now. You're dismissed.
Thank you, sir. And she gathers her things and walks out of the keep, thinking to herself. Or walks out of the dungeon, rather.
Alrighty. You go ahead and do that. Is there anything
as
you
long
would
as
like
we're
to do
doing-
next?
As long as we're doing
Or-
transitions, I feel like we'd go on Anwar's face and it's like, "You sick son of a bitch, we'll get you," and it punches in on his face, and then it's cut to Anwar "Oh shit, I burned my finger. Oh my god, that's gonna blister. That's gonna. Ah god, gosh darn it, gosh darn it." I dropped
Taking
something.
a grilled
Oh,
cheese
man.
off of the fire.
Yeah, I dropped it. Oh, I'm gonna have to start over.
My dinosaur nuggets.
My dragon.
Well, in any case, we've officially reached the end of anything I prepared because I have no idea what you're going to do next about this info. So,
I noticed
it's all
a
improv
strange
from here.
woman
Art,
who is
what is Rain gonna?
meandering outside of Anwar's house, and I murder her.
I like how the person who has the most I'm about to break energy isn't on their list right now.
Yeah, it's the only person who has had any grievances about taking a life is so we have our sick motherfucker right here. This bastard, he bathes in the blood of his enemies.
Meanwhile, Audra's maybe if I kidnap all the soldiers' children, they'll answer my questions.
That's funny.
I just love that it's all Flash Iron Pants' fault.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that they took one person's word for it.
I'm sure
It's
they
not real
followed
at all.
other leads too, but that was the one I was like, oh, wait a minute. There was that weird thing that they took a note of when you guys came back from the gate, and then that spun a
Oh,
whole bunch of
yeah.
other stuff.
Oh yeah.
You guys were the ones who said, yeah, we were there. We were right next to where that happened at
We
the time
did
that it
say
happened.
that, but we weren't camping, Richard. We were just camping.
Looking for
Camping.
wolves.
That's all they had.
Camping
you.
my sword
That's
in
all-
that captain's face.
Like we said, the fog was real thick.
Well,
Couldn't
well,
see a
well,
dang
well.
thing out there.
Well, I'm interested to see where the rest of this episode goes.
Just
Then
as a reminder, it was only Chimera and Anwar who returned through the gate at that time who gave
Yeah.
that story. But in any case,
okay, so we're
anyway,
we're just winging it now with
how
with
they laid out what they think and what their line of reasoning
Cool.
is. I think the ball is somewhat in Rain's court as far as what she's gonna do with
So-
all of this. What I guess I can't be too meta about it.
Well, now that it's Artem's time to shine, I think that's good for the night. We should call it here.
Just to end it.
We just ran out of time, Artem. I'm so sorry.
It's like a game show. Wow. Rain will actually
It's
go
like
up
the
to
Jimmy
her.
Kimmel Matt Damon.
She's gonna go up to her room and close the door, just sort of thinking about things, sit on the bed. And after just a moment of thinking, she speaks out, "Something feels off here, doesn't it, Clementine?" At which point, a little sort of tabby gray cat will sort of peek out from under the bed.
Oh my
Come
god,
out
I'd die
and
for
face her.
Clementine. I would die for Clementine.
Our new best friend.
I'll give you the chance. Don't worry.
I will.
Audra's gonna
so-
murder that cat. Just prepare
Isn't
yourself
that what
now.
you?
Oh,
Isn't
no.
that what
I'm
you said
kidding,
about
I'm
Benny?
kidding.
Yeah.
And so
Oh,
she
we'll talk about Betty.
I do
she
have a
looks at
history
the
of
cat.
murdering cats when it comes to me, Sid and Artem.
she looks at the cat and she opens up a book that she has, sort of hidden in a false drawer, and looks to her cat and says, "Why don't we go take a look for ourselves? If they really are as bad as they seem, it's probably a good thing." At which point she will cast invisibility at 2nd level on herself and leave out of the keep, and she is going to go to the Manoir residence, sort of get a look at the very least through the windows up close where the soldiers cannot at what's going on. Take a look at the would-be terrorist.
And how long does invisibility last for?
It lasts for 1 hour. So if it would
Okay.
yeah, I'm assuming that the
That's
keep
enough.
is within a small walking distance.
So if
It-
that's like
it
a
is,
simultaneous
yeah.
with what we're
They're-
doing, would you then be peering in as we were having the conversation we had before it switched to you?
No, because you guys were last night. This was first thing in the morning, and then she's heading over. So at this point, unless anybody slept over, I think it's just Anwar and Chimera at the house.
Is it the house or the workshop? Because those are two different locations.
Probably the house because it's
Rain's,
closer.
Rain. Yeah, Rain's going over to the house, which is pretty early in the morning still at this point. So, unless Anwar was heading out to the workshop at like sunrise.
Well, how much of the moonshine did we drink? Because Hunter might be asleep in your bathtub.
You want to roll a con check on your?
Was it? No, it wasn't booze. It was just exhaustion from the battle when Audra passed out on Hunter's couch. I think.
I
sorry.
mean, you could probably waddle your way home if you wanted to, but it's up to you.
Oof. All the way to the farm.
Is your dad there or just you?
My father, Paul's at the farm.
Okay.
Yeah, he would
Yeah.
have just gone back. I guess if the invitation to crash there was on the table, then he would have taken it up, but if not, he would have figured out his way back home.
It's always welcome.
Bathtub it is.
And since she's like finally reunited with everybody, I think Audra would actually stay over too.
And we're all here.
Wait, before we go to sleep, should
so
we
the
take
question
down
is,
the big
what are the
corkboard that says "Our evil plan"? No, leave it up. We'll take it down in the morning.
What are
regardless
the
of how
four
much
of you
people
doing
drink.
early in the morning then?
Like making the kids breakfast, honestly.
I imagine Kamira would be making breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anwar would probably be waking up and firing up some coffee. Because he does plan on going to work soon. He is in the final stages of working on a project.
Do you have a backyard to your house?
I think it's like we're townhouses. So probably like small little areas.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I think before breakfast...
You have a super small backyard.
Because Audra's got to do double the prayers now. So she would have stepped outside to do that in the morning.
Yeah, so I have... Anwar's house is between 3 houses. So he has like 1/3 of a backyard.
Okay. Well,
And
she
you know
would-
damn well you have that neighbor that's like, this is my land, and they have it like taped out, like exactly where you cannot touch.
Yeah.
Little
so-
stakes with twine.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Audra would definitely go out when she wakes up to do that, since like I said, she has to do double the prayers now. Plus, I like the idea of Rain showing up and Audra not quite being in the frame just yet. So you can be like, wait, another person.
Coming downstairs, say, good morning, Miss Kamira. Did you sleep well?
Not terribly. It looks like you woke up on the best of starts, though. Do you need?
Just have coffee. Coffee would be great.
Of course. Have you checked on Hunter, by the way? He was in the bathroom this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed when I went to the privy this morning.
Okay,
Flash
good.
two.
He's still in there.
Flash to like some tinkling noises, and then like in the background you hear.
Yeah, right, like-
Whoa.
I don't suppose your neighbors are nice, because I have to go pretty bad at this point.
As a matter of fact, they are not.
Oh, wonderful.
Cut
How
to
many strips of bacon do you want?
Cut to Audra in the yard. I am just trying to say some prayers, sir. Do not make me remove this sword from its sheath. No, you're too close to my potatoes.
Typical HOA.
Yeah.
I do need to head into the shop today, though I am hoping to have a certain project done. Hopefully
Really?
today. So if you'd like to come by later, I can show it to you. It's for you, for being a good housemate and just being a good friend in general.
That's awfully sweet of you, dear. You truly didn't have to. I didn't realize you'd been spending all that time for something for me.
Well, no, it was so much that I had the idea, so then I had to do it, and it just so happens that you're the best person that can use it. So it's
Oh,
completely
okay,
for
wonderful.
selfish reasons. It's a question
many-
of can I do it, and then how do I do it, and then I do it.
And then should I have done it?
We'll
That
find
usually
that
comes
part
last.
out. Yeah, I was going to say, we'll find that out later. Yeah,
Unless-
I'll swing by later.
Great.
Hunter
So-
Valentine.
Oh.
Do you want some water, darling?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get some water with some, like, I don't know, like, just, like, fresh, like, still kind of sizzly bacon. Just push it at him.
Quick question. Given that everything that's been going on, are any of your windows open, or would all the drapes to be shut and stuff.
That's sus as fuck, though.
I mean, I think we would have probably
Yeah, I mean-
drawn them the night of.
That's true. Unless you, in the early morning, were opening them again.
Yeah. So maybe they'd be
Except
opened
the-
up in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Because we don't
Alright,
want people
so,
peering in
yeah,
the
I
middle of
guess-
the night.
That's one
Yeah.
of my biggest fears. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I learned that when I had an NPC do
so,
that.
yeah,
to
I
you.
guess- Rain, I guess if you were just walking up right up to the window and like kind of looking in all invisible, you can roll perception, see how much of that you might be seeing.
Okay. First roll of the campaign.
Nice.
All right, starting strong.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
You're seeing a fair amount of that. You look through and you see like Hunter like walking through, just like oh, you do see a fair amount of what's going on, which looks like a group of people having a fairly mundane morning, actually.
Yeah, Rain's just
You do
watching
not-
and be like, they don't seem like terrorists. She's
Audra
gonna.
will eventually join the scene too, in case that changes Rain's perception. They don't look dangerous. Oh, okay, now they look dangerous.
you just kind of looking through and you see through the back door coming back in, just big furball stomping through the house.
Who is that?
The real terrorist.
Audra pins on her "Hello, my name is Audra" name tag.
She will she'll stay there for like the full hour, or at least like when there's a few minutes left in the spell or whatever, and she'll press her ear up against the window, trying to hear as much as she can.
Audra, coffee, water, juice, bacon, eggs.
Just the water for now.
Boring. Okay.
It's going to be just water and the boring stuff for the next little while. She says, like, scratching her tattoo a little bit.
Y'all, how much of that did I drink? Am I gonna die?
I think if you were gonna die, that perhaps you would have done so last night in the bathtub, dear.
Oh, dang. Didn't
Mira
take
is
me out.
correct.
Oh.
Are you gonna need assistance back to the farm, Hunter?
Yeah, but not so loud, please. It hurts. My stomach and my brain.
It's fine.
Don't be
And-
so loud, it hurts my stomach.
When you talk, it feels like I'm gonna throw up and die.
I don't have many tasks until we hear back about our birds, so
Hmm.
I'll help out where
Mhm.
needed for now, I suppose.
Audra, how's your mother? Do you need to take her breakfast too, or?
If there's something you wish to pack up and have me to take her, I'd be happy to do so.
I absolutely do. I need to cook for all of the babies.
Even though Audra's mom is probably older than you.
I need to cook
You're
for
like
all of
you're
the
like
hurting
in between
babies.
in between the generations. If Audra's got boomer parents, then you're like Gen X. Audra's millennial. Yes, if you have something, I'd be happy to take it to her. She's dealing with it. They I know they never said it, but some level of resentment after Oro was taken from us. And now that Dad's gone too, and, well, thankfully she doesn't know about the resistance, otherwise there'd be more resentment towards me, even if it's not true with what happened on the fairgrounds. Anyway, she's dealing with it, is best I could put it. I think she just needs to continue spending that time alone. But even alone, she needs to eat, so I will take her what you've prepared. So who are we
Absolutely,
murdering
vaguely.
today? she says as she leans against the
All
window.
of the orphan children.
Let's do the crimes so I can get hard.
I knew it.
It's per my fetish, as you all are aware. Oh, yeah.
I cannot finish without taking a laugh.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Yes.
Oh, please don't take that clip out of context. No.
That's clipped.
Yep. Just
So-
full screen your face.
There goes
To
my career.
clarify, did we send Chad last night or are we sending Chad today?
Last night.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we just like double checked it and sent it off.
When do we think we'll expect to hear back?
He flew off.
Who's to tell if at all at this point? I'm going to be too terribly surprised if they were intercepting mail.
I mean, Hunter, you've worked with the Resistance for some time. You would have a time frame, right?
Oh man. Oh.
Dag on.
Oh.
Right, you can't do math right now.
I can't do math most of the time.
Samesies, buddy.
Man, I'm just starting working on biology.
Right. How is that book treating you?
Oh man, it's pretty good. Some multisyllabic words got the better of me, but
Speaking of the book, I'm reminded of something. Where has our mechanical friend been for the past week?
probably
It's
not
at that
being
moment
helpful.
that I was gonna say it's at this moment that Hunter has something to reveal that he hasn't had the heart to share with anybody up until this point.
Kill the robot.
Upon
Hunter
going back
Valentine.
to his, upon going back to the, Andrew doesn't know this either. I'm revealing. this now.
Okay.
Upon going back to the barn area earlier in the week, he saw that Arantis was not there. He has not been seen since the explosion. All that he saw left behind was a book that he had borrowed that included a map, a general map of the region, and also a stick that looked like it was made from the wood of his own body, but carved into the form of a wand. That is all that has been left by Arantis at this point. But Arantis himself is missing.
Well,
Yeah.
that is something we don't have to worry about for now, but I have to imagine we'll be worrying about in the future.
I mean, if he gets picked up, we'll have to worry.
Right. Do you have the wand with you?
Yeah, I think as I explained all that stuff, I would have kind of like dropped it on the coffee table or something. That
Well,
look-
as I said, my cleric capabilities have changed, but Anwar, perhaps you could take a look?
Sure. I'll examine it and give it a honest try Arcana check. 17.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You have a feeling, you see some inscriptions in there, and based off of kind of some of the old Elvish that you've, tried to translate with others before, you get the sense that this harnesses the power of the Pass Without Trace spell. Not exactly sure how all the charges work and everything like that without an identify spell, but with a 17, you definitely feel like, oh, this wand has something to do with that Pass Without Trace.
It definitely has something to do with his little shadow quiet trick. I'll tell you what, I'm headed to the shop now, actually. I can get a better look of it with my gear there. So when I know, I'll let you guys know. So, which, speaking of, I think I'm gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, it's around this time that Anwar starts leaving that Rain is like, oh shit, I'm running out of minutes.
I was just about to say, he's like, oh, quick. And she books it back towards the keep.
You don't open the door and like hit Rain in the face, or it opens inward and it's just Rain with her ear pressed to the door.
No, Anwar's going to be running down with a piece of toast in his mouth, and he's going to be running, and then he's going to turn the corner, and he's going to bump into Rain, and then it's going to be all embarrassing.
Oh,
I'm
no.
a failure.
Yeah, he'll grab his bag of holding, and he'll head to the shop to finish up his work.
Bye, dear. I'll see you later after school.
That's cool. I mean, a little bit. Only because I'm bad.
No, I knew I should have stayed home today.
A little
me.
bit.
Me every day.
Audra's gonna assist Hunter in getting home if he needs it. Otherwise, she's actually, I think, gonna pay a visit to Grogmar's forge at some point.
Okay. I think we're going to cut to Artem real quick, and then we can go back and do some more things there. Rain will head back to the barracks. Within the Imperial Keep, there's kind of an area where she can. There's the barracks tavern, but then there's like the actual barracks that are within the Imperial Keep. And she'll go back there, and on her way over, she's going to stumble upon some guards who kind of having a bit of a loud conversation in the mess hall. And so just kind of going in there. Sorry, I'm just replying to something. So going into this mess hall, you're gonna be hearing some guards that are just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Come on! Like, you don't think that this is some kind of like an inside job or whatever? You don't think that, like, come on, look who benefits! Look who benefits!" And then some of them will be like, "Fuck you! Are you kidding me? Look at how many of our own people died! You think that we wouldn't know about it if that was part of the plan? You think we wouldn't know?" And people are gonna be kind of going back and forth. And finally, another soldier is gonna come and be like, "Would you shut the fuck up? Even just talking about something like that, it's a good way to get your brain eaten out." And like that's gonna shut them up, and they're gonna just kind of gonna go back to being quiet and just eating at that point. And Rain, you're probably like right outside the hall here and all that.
Yeah, she sort of stops right before she goes into the hall, and she was thinking of having some lunch, and now she just gets really confused, concerned, goes back to her room, and sort of sits down and just says to Clementine, I think it happened again. It happened again. Damn it. Sorry, I'm looking for the thing you mentioned, Richard, and I don't think I ever wrote it down.
I gave it to you months ago.
I know.
You have it. You said another character you had has this ability.
Oh,
Just like I
yes.
gave all of them a special ability, I gave you a special ability.
Okay,
It's an
okay.
invocation.
I know what it is now. Okay, yeah, I can.
Okay.
I know, okay. Yes.
So just a reminder that you have that ability in addition to all your normal stuff.
Yeah, and in sheer panic, she's gonna cast Sending. To
She's gonna
Anwar.
pull out her little spell book.
Mm-hmm. And she pulls out her spell book, and with a quill she starts writing, but writes Anwar name at the top of
I
it.
assume this is back when you're like alone in your room.
Yes. And then I'm gonna make sure this is 25 words or less. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Sarayan pulled out the spellbook and writes Anwar's full name in the spellbook.
Yes.
Okay.
And she sends to Anwar, which receives it in his head as the sending spell would do, as he's walking to his shop.
Well, I guess he probably would have gotten there by this point. So Anwar's like
Or-
started working and to finish his craft, and then suddenly you hear a voice in your head, which says,
Empire watching you. Need to meet in secret. Leave your door open behind your house tonight. This involves your friends that were in your house this morning.
So the second he hears that in his brain, like cut to like whip zoom out, it's like like everyone stops what they're doing and just stares at Anwar like
"Did anybody go into the shop with him, or is I thought he was just alone?"
Yeah, I meant just like on the street, just like as he was
Oh,
walking.
okay.
There. So, it's like
Some
I
lady
have
like drops her groceries.
there's a rock in my shoe. Sorry, everyone. Go about your business.
Right before we take a 5-minute break, I have a question of: do you respond, or do you try to respond? I guess you've never seen a spell like this before, so do you try to respond?
Do I get the respond feeling?
I desperately want it to be 25 words of ah.
I'm picturing the like I think it's Telltale where you have like the timer. If you don't have anything, then you just respond with the ellipses.
What was I gonna say? I don't know if you'd get that feeling or not, but you can try.
Can I roll like an intelligence or a arcana check or
You can
something
roll an
like that?
Arcana. Yeah, you can roll Arcana. You can
Really
try.
so good.
So Anwar doesn't know if this is resistance or not. So it could be the resistance reaching out to him. So he'll just play it cool and be like, okay, which he doesn't know how to modulate the volume of his thoughts. So he'll send in all caps back, okay. And that's it. He has no idea what the word limit is or how long it is or anything like that or the volume, so he just mashes on the mental
When you're
keyboard.
I have to-
FaceTiming your grandpa and grandpa doesn't know it's FaceTime, so he has it up to his ear, and that's the view you have.
It's
Alrighty.
boy.
I'm imagining too like the okay you send. It's like spelled out. It's OKAY. Like it's the real like okay. You're muted, Artem.
So took us 2.5 hours, but we finally got to the point where we have made contact with the new character, and that's where we will take a 5-minute break.
All right.
And that's where we will end the episode.
Good night, everybody.
All right, break time. Hey, enjoy another new screen. BRB.
Woo!
off on eating more cantaloupe.
I don't think food will be a problem, but Doki Doki Panic, or not Doki Doki Panic, Doki Doki Literature Club, like special whatever physical edition that they announced. And
I saw that.
There were tweets that were like, hold on, why is this rated M? And every response was like, you should play it and find out.
I made Garrett play that game. Didn't say anything. I was on Discord with him the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely got to that point where he was like, what the fuck? Like, just stunned. It was great.
That's a great game.
Literature Club's getting a sequel?
No, like a special physical edition, extended whatever.
It's concerning.
It'll have a couple of extra scenes apparently, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a great game to just prank people with. Okay, so we're back in. Rain's made contact with Anwar. Who's ready for the dynamic to change, y'all?
I'm ready to fuck it up.
Also, what I realized that's kind of funny is that Anwar's okay didn't appear in Rain's head. It appeared in writing in the book.
Yep, I was gonna.
So you
I was
just see a big all caps. Okay.
I was saying that, but then I realized my mic was muted. Then when we went on break, yep, the response just came back as an all caps. Okay, very like Tom Riddle style from a second Harry Potter movie.
Yeah.
Just like ink appearing on the page.
Is that the I know the Pact of the Tome gets a thing like that, but you're not a warlock, right?
I'm not, but Richard.
No, just like you
gave me that one.
Just like you all got a special ability when you went to the
Cool.
what do you call it? The mountain
Rainbow
or
Bridge?
whatever. Like, she got something too.
Cool.
I also realized that I fucked it up in the interpretation of it, so that was just a one-time thing. Normally, it's gonna be a little more complicated to do that.
Yeah.
But
It's-
whatever.
Yeah, you
serve that
have to have
purpose
like
for
already
this time.
made
But
contact.
yeah, you
I
would see
think.
Yeah.
you would see that shortly after writing that the name would kind of vanish along with the response within like a couple of minutes.
Huh.
Sorry, are we back?
Yes, yeah, we're back in.
Okay.
That's why I handed it over to you, but you just sat there. I was like, Richard, we're back.
I didn't realize we were.
No, yeah, sorry, we're back in.
Okay.
No, sorry, go for it.
Alrighty. So, what do people like to do now? Anwar just got a message saying keep the back door open at night. What's everybody else doing until nightfall?
I'm gonna go. So I am gonna pay a visit to Grogmar at the forge.
I was
And-
thinking, is that before you drop me off or after?
I'll drop you off first.
I was thinking
Because
swinging,
actually, I guess I do want to say something to Hunter too, at some point.
all right, swinging through before we go. I would ask if we could stop in where the service was held.
At
and
the,
I wanna
at the
go-
pyre?
Yeah, at the pyre, and I want to go like over to the ashes and just kind of like dig through and listen for whispers.
If you do that, Otter's gonna be standing behind you with that look I just gave you, like, this is a little weird.
You definitely hear me
You
say something, you bastard. Come on, where were you?
you go ahead and do that, and you hear nothing in response.
I'll kind of just grab a
As
fistful
you're
of
as you're
ashes.
digging through, and you just kind of have a moment of just sitting there in the ashes, nothing. You reflect back, flashback to Hunter. Flashback to Hunter limping in with Caleb for the first time back home, and well, Andrew, you know what you want to do. So, what does Hunter do when he gets back home, limping in with Caleb a day or two after the initial attack?
I think they're still both kind of registering things. There's like I don't think either of them say anything for like a solid 24 hours. And I think there's like this moment of Hunter getting his dad prepped up, like comfortable, where like he can sit down, pouring him some medication for his legs, and like just kind of like sitting and staring, and like as he's kind of stressed, pushing his hands through his hair, like he pulls just like a clump out and like just kind of tosses it, and then uh, starts going into the meditation techniques that he learned from Belisandra, and just trying to clear his mind. And at some point, while he has his eyes closed, he just kind of realizes he hears and sees things from where that clump of hair fell, and kind of snaps back and brushes it off. And just for the rest of that week, they're like, it's wake up, try to get the farm back together, silent meals, and just not a whole lot of talking. There's certainly bits of Hunter, just a lot of meditation, trying to like reach out and find his former self, and like trying to figure out what is going on with him.
When you do that, these flashbacks to that dream that you had of the devil man that you've seen just kind of scrambling, trying to claw his way out of the hag's grasp and chucking you this book. And every time you meditate, you get a little further into the book, where you start seeing more symbols that look not just arcanic, but also like, I guess they wouldn't be satanic. They would be
Infernal.
like fiendish or whatever. You would see a number of infernal. Yeah, you would see a number of infernal symbols laid out, but then the book always closes itself, and then like flings away from you, and then you snap out of your meditation.
And I think there's like a part of my bed frame where I've like clawed into it, like scratched in the symbol I've seen. Like as I'm meditating and like waking up, it's like I just scratch into it.
And every time you get that book, like you can really feel the texture of the cover and everything. And like the more and more times you go into it, the more you feel like this might actually be a real book that exists somewhere, but you don't know where.
I think that's all I've got.
Is there anything else you kind of want to give for the flashback of what you've been doing? Okay. All right, so we'll go with that. And so, Audra, if there's something you wanted to say to Hunter along while taking him back.
As we're going back.
Go ahead and do that.
And this will be important, I think, for you too, Richard, just FYI for other things in this episode.
Okay.
We're walking back. So, you know, I've been a little out of the loop for the past week, Hunter. Anwar mentioned like a feeling of being watched by this increase in guards here in the city. Now, I know you're capable of handling yourself, and Chimera obviously is too. Anwar is as well, but I will confess, of the three of you, I worry about him the most in a situation like that. But do you and Chimera get the same sense? I guess you can only speak for yourself. Do you get the same sense that somebody's been watching you?
That's a good question, Richard. We haven't talked much about that. Is that something that has Hunter just not noticed being watched?
I don't think I've given Audra and Hunter a chance to roll perception yet. I had Sydney and Ryan roll a d20 last week. You can go ahead and roll a d20.
I'm actually going to save
Hunter,
my
you
roll
also have gotten sense that more eyes are on you. You're gonna do what?
I was going to say, I'll say if you want me to do a similar roll, I will save it for later. because she's
Okay.
not at the moment particularly concerned.
I mean,
Okay.
there have been more eyes, but that's kind of what you expect after something like this.
All right.
I think everyone's just kind of keeping an eye out.
Sure. I just I want to I guess perhaps keep a slight eye on him myself, just to make sure he's okay. Just I felt it important to inform somebody about that, but do me a favor and keep that between us. You know, he can handle himself, but I don't want him to think I think he's weak or anything. I mean, he's got that suit and everything. He's clearly not, but I don't want to hurt the guy's feelings.
Right. Yeah. It's real bright out here.
Yeah, let's get you back.
Oh, thank you.
I say that, Richard, because after she pays a visit to the forge, I think she also may just try to keep a watchful eye on Anwar this evening. Which may
Well, that roll was just for what was going to happen earlier. It's not really for now, but if you want to,
right, yeah.
roll
Well,
for
no,
now,
yeah.
it's-
She's not.
you're always able to roll for later anyway.
Yeah, she's not concerned about it right now, so I don't need to roll. But I'm just saying,
Okay.
she wants to do that to keep an eye on Anwar, and especially if his back door is gonna be left open this evening, may lead to some interesting things.
Okay. All right. So you go back over to Grogmar, where you see him and Seku, kind of carry on and working, just trying to get back to a sense of normalcy.
Yeah,
Oh, hello, Audra.
I
How are
just
you?
wanted to check in, make sure everything's doing okay. I know you were both at least somewhat injured in what happened, so
Yes, we are recovering and getting by.
good. I'm glad to hear it. I suppose there's a little less competition considering what happened in the fairgrounds, too.
Smith Rose unaffected, so
Yeah.
pretty much same old, same old. But actually, business is kind of booming right now. We have many soldiers need tune-ups on weapons and armor and shields. But I suppose you would not want to come work here again and help with that.
You're supposing correctly. But perhaps you could answer a question for me, Grogmar?
Sure.
I mean, you're better with the business side of this, so perhaps you or Seku could figure this out. Based on the orders you were filling before versus now, how much would you say the presence of the Empire has increased here in the city?
You look around you, it's fivefold, tenfold is quite a lot. Probably fivefold.
That certainly is a lot. Okay, well,
You can see it everywhere. Just look outside.
yeah, I just, was thinking about the numbers there. I'm glad to see your business is
Yeah.
doing fine and, in fact, doing well.
Thank you. Well, unless you have anything else, I have much work to do.
I don't, so, God's speed with your work.
Same to you. May your shield always stay up high.
It will. Thanks
just
to you.
gotta Continue
She'll even give, the nice,
pounding away on some metal.
she'll even do the nice, slap on the top of the door frame on her way out,
All right.
So that's her until the
okay.
evening when she's gonna make sure, Anwar's okay.
Okay. Anything else that anybody wants to do before we cut to nightfall and get to see Rain meet the others?
Sorry, I was muted.
That's okay.
I can either go see Helga an hour later, and I think I wanted to swing by and see Anwar at some point today.
Okay.
Or we can again hang on to that until later. It doesn't matter either way.
No,
I don't want.
that's fine. Just for timing, I say let's let's put off Helga for another time if that
Yeah.
works for you.
Yeah. That works fine.
Okay. So yeah, we'll have you go over to Anwar then. So
knock
you
before
yeah
I
you
enter the
go
shop.
visit him at his shop. Yeah. After hearing this voice from out of nowhere, you hear knock, 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 knock.
Anwar? Are you here? Hello?
Well, like as soon as you say something, like Anwar's at the door, he's like, just get in and close the door. Get in and close the door.
What happened? What's going on? And
Just get in and close the door. Just I don't have time. Get in and close the door.
I do so fast.
Anwar closes the door and locks it. Draws the curtains shut. All the curtains have been closed inside the workshop.
Can you see in here?
Yeah. Dark vision.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't straining your eyes any more than you already do.
No. Well, today was gonna be like a great day. I had this special surprise for you, but as I was walking over here, I had a message in my mind. Someone messaged my mind. Did you know they could do that?
I mean, I can only assume with the squid doing what they do. What did they say?
It didn't sound like a squid. It sounded like a woman, maybe?
I don't think I've ever heard of a female squid. I don't know,
Yeah, I don't-
actually. They say anything important?
Yeah. They said, Empire watching you. Need to meet in secret. Leave door open behind your house tonight. This involves your friends that you were in your house this morning. They were watching me this morning.
They want you to leave your door unlocked?
Yeah.
To be totally blunt, darling, that's sus as fuck.
Yeah. So at first I'm like, oh, maybe it's resistance, and maybe they're like trying to help me. But then they said your friends, so clearly they don't know. So clearly this is someone else. So clearly I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get hurled off into some prison, and they're
Darling.
gonna scrape my brains out, and I'm
No,
gonna
no,
die.
no.
Look at me, Miss Chimera. I will not do well in an Empire prison. I will not do well. Okay?
I will not let them do that to you, dear.
I will be a sweet roll in there. And they'll say, where's my sweet roll? Someone stole my sweet roll. And they'll be referring to me.
You see, in that moment, Chimera's lips like kind of twitch upward a few times, and then she does that very deliberate like, no, I mean, yes, they absolutely would. However, we will not allow that to happen. We will, I don't know, we can put somebody, like, keep watch outside. Or we could just lock the door. And stay up all night and hope to God that they didn't make it inside.
And then they break down the door, and then they arrest me, and then I go to jail, and then all of that stuff I just said.
It's a very fair point. You've always been very, very sharp, darling.
How do I want to do?
Well, maybe we can stay at the farm tonight, or maybe we just have everybody there ready, or... Did you say anything back?
I said, okay. So they're expecting me.
Okay. Okay. You said okay.
But I was cool about it. I wasn't like weird.
I really want to insight check that.
Go for it.
Okay.
They'll say I'm missing my sweet roll. Oh my god. Let's do.
you're all good on that. Yep.
Don't lie to your mother.
I would need a natural 20 just to tie that. Okay, I wasn't cool. But I've never been messaged my mind before.
No, and I imagine it was frightening, especially given the fact that they're telling you about your friends and how they want to come into your back door in the middle of the night.
Yeah, Miss Chimera, I don't know why you phrased it like that, but yes, I'm already thinking about that already. Please stop reiterating that point. This is a very sensitive subject.
Okay, what say you that we get the other two? We let them know what's going on. If everybody agrees to maybe meet up with this mysterious person, then we can, and we can do so safely. If not, perhaps or with Audra, really.
We still streaming? I just saw
like-
Tony cut out
No, we're
in
good.
and out for a second.
I meant to unmute my microphone and accidentally left the call for a second. Everything's fine.
Okay.
My bad. It just looked really weird on screen for half a second as I went, oops. My bad.
How about this? Because they'll find me. They can
Will they?
find my mind, so they can just keep haranguing me until I meet with them.
That's true.
Can I block them? Is that a thing? Can I put them on block?
I think there's some extreme magics that are required to do block a call like that.
Wait. But what about this? Tell the others.
Yeah.
We meet there. I go. You're all there. If it looks bad, we jump them. If it looks really bad, we skip town. We leave.
I have been leaning towards that second option, like, pretty hard. Like, increasingly, I would say.
Yeah.
Day by day. But I do like that plan. Are you okay to stay here while I go find the others? Or would you like to come with me?
I'll, if I am suddenly leaving, I have a couple things to fix up here first, just in case my family comes back and I'm no longer here.
Sure.
But actually, before you do go, you should have this. And Anwar is going to go over to his workshop table in the main area, and he's going to have this large bag, and he's going to bend down and lift up, and he's going to pull this heavy fucking, looks like a circle, and he's going to
Oh, darling.
and drop it on the table, and it makes this loud metallic thud. That's for you. Why don't you go open it up?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just heavy.
Like, kind of more so watching him, like, trying to see if he hurt his back or strained it or something. She slowly opens it and then, like, looks at what it is.
So yeah. Inside you find, I typed up this little thing for it. I'm going to put it on the Facebook page now.
Yeah.
Excuse my English. It's only my first language. This elegantly crafted circular bronze shield bears the markings of primordial runes, specifically belonging to the dialect of air. A switch near the top of the grip of the handle allows it to be detached at a moment's notice. Actually, before I go into this, I should probably let you know. So, I know while you were staying with me, you had asked for a some kind of weapon that would return to you.
It would be nice.
If thrown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the funny thing about that, and then there's a side swish transition, and it's like Anwar with an axe, and he like throws the axe, and then it's like, all right, oh no, and he like dodges the axe. lodges in the wall behind him, and then the next time he's wearing armor and he throws it again, and then it's like boing, hits his head, and then the third time he's got like a target dummy and he throws the axe and he like gets behind it and it goes like right into the target dummy's head. Needless to say, throwing weapons was tricky, so that it didn't work so great. I couldn't work out the killing me part. But this was a little bit easier to work out. And essentially what you find is a large bronze, kind of a deep gold shield with runes carved into it, primordial runes belonging to that of air. And if you look at the Facebook page, you will find the description for the Whirlwind Shield.
Oh, it's fun. Sorry, I'm okay. Yes. As an action, you can throw the shield and have it ricochet up to three targets within range. You can only throw them at separate targets, and targets must be within 30 feet of each other. Yes, buddy.
That's cool.
So TLDR, I didn't make you Kratos' axe. I did make you Captain America's shield.
I'm for it. Times like a million.
Now, the way this works, it's basically you get one scorching ray once per short rest.
Okay,
That's so
okay.
cool.
So you have to make 3 strength throws. Each one hits, it goes to the next person, and then it comes back to you. So similar to the grapple gun, which is the Misty Step, kind of a little bit tweaked around. You got to roll to hit them each time. If you roll 1, it goes on the ground. You got to go pick it up. But
yeah. Oh no.
But
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
If you roll and hit 3 times, you can. That's 2d6 times 3. So, and it comes back to you.
Nice. Thank you. Tight.
That's awesome.
Tight.
Well, Rain is definitely Scarlet Witch, so now we just got to figure out everyone else's.
I mean, Hawkeye.
Yeah.
I was thinking with all the eyes on us, an exotic weapon might draw a lot of attention. But a shield. A shield might not draw so many eyes.
It's
And
common.
something you will notice is that the way the flavor of this is worked out is there is an aspect of an air elemental, not a full personality, but like a quirk that's been worked into the shield. So anyone who is not attuned to it, it is excessively heavy. But to anyone who is attuned to it, it is as light as a feather.
So y'all know how you got like the plant moms that are like, I need to talk to my plants, otherwise they might die. Guess who's gonna be talking to her, Shield? Thank you. Yes.
That's awesome.
Yee.
So I guess when you get the chance, talk to that for a little bit. It's nice. It likes to be thrown. So
Does it have a name? Does like that I need to be aware of, or
no, it's not like a full thing. It's more just like the feeling of wanting to fly
okay?
in that shield.
Sure.
So
I love it, darling. Thank you so much. I can't wait to throw it discreetly and not in town.
I should also specify if we're near a cliff or a ledge or we're in a sky ship. I don't know. It will not come back from anything. Okay, it needs to ricochet off something to come back. So if it falls off, that's it. It's gone.
That's the embodiment of it going like wee, like
It's Sokka's boomerang. It will fall away and it'll be gone.
Noted. Preemptive apology for if something awful like that is to occur. I know you've been working very hard on this.
It was my pleasure. I
I'm gonna
guess.
go test it out.
And get the others. So in case I'm not taken tonight and thrown in jail.
You are going to be nobody's sweet roll, darling. I promise, promise.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll like reach out, just kind of like rustle his hair and like cup his like pat his cheek, and I'll go see about finding the other kids
Ready.
with my new shield strapped to my back.
I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. I'm 8 feet tall.
You're all children.
So, in the interest of time,
Shush you. Go to your room.
in the interest of time, I think we will cut forward to when it is nightfall and all of you have gathered back at Anwar's place.
Audrey was definitely trying to be like all smooth about like I'm gonna keep an eye out on what everybody's here. Okay, and then she'll just walk in casually. Like
If we're
trying to-
in like watching mode, if we're in like a stakeout mode, Hunter, he's got like that same ash that he pulled. He's got like 2 stripes of like darkened,
Nice.
makeup there, and he's on a rooftop nearby with just a handful of arrows, and he's just kind of like tucked where his silhouette is barely visible.
All right, let me get a deception check, or sorry, I mean stealth check, which you get to do at advantage because of your Vanta Black cloak.
I can see you. No, you can't.
No, you can't.
He just
Feel
eyes in a pair of teeth, like off on a rooftop.
Maybe I'm thinking of a ranger, but I would have sworn a scout had something for this too.
I mean, you have
But-
advantage because that cloak, like Richard said.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Was there a stipulation that Anwar be alone for this meeting with who messaged him, or no?
Nope.
Okay, then Audra's just gonna be right there next to him, like bodyguard mode.
Alrighty.
Are you?
So it's the 3
Are
of
you
you.
sure you wanna do that,
Kamira's in the
Audra?
house as
Are you-
well.
Mira's in this house. Yep.
What'd you say, Ryan?
I was gonna say, are you sure you want to do this? You can, if things go bad, at least you can. If they don't see you, you can run.
She looks down at Anwar. Okay, seriously, since when have I run from something?
That's true. All right. Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
You absolutely have warned me. It is noted.
Hunter, with that roll, you are one with the night right now.
Fantastic. I also would have left a fingernail on the like the equivalent of the keys drawer when you
Mhm.
walk in.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Alrighty.
Because I am fucking creepy now.
Yes.
Do you
Mhm.
leave the back door open or unlocked?
I do.
All right.
Oh, I
Oh,
feel like
precious
we're just
sweet
like,
people.
yeah. I guess we're just sitting in the kitchen area because it's a small apartment
Yeah.
townhouse, so the door is open, and Audra and Anwar are just sitting at a table with a candle lit, with the rest of the everything drawn, all the curtains drawn, just
Mhm.
kind of sitting like waiting.
All right. So at a certain time after nightfall, what do they see, Artem?
Yeah, under the cover of night, Rain is going to pull her invisibility trick again after gathering some things from her room, make her way over to Anwar's house, and just out of sheer like, maybe they did open the door slowly, like, and just sort of peek in, make sure that she's not just going to get like, plugged full of arrows as the door opens.
So you
Like
just
to
see
be there
this
for
door
backup.
apparently magically just start to creak open.
Audra puts
Oh,
a
no.
hand on her weapon.
Anwar puts a hand on his heart. Now my house is haunted.
Hunter kind of shakes his head and then like
puts the bow down and takes a knee and like taps into the remote viewing.
All right. Are you able to see with the remote viewing or just hear?
I
Well,
can
if you're
see
in a
and
drawer.
hear. No, like on
No, that isn't,
on like
on
on
a
the
table.
Oh,
desk.
okay.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
that feat? Or like, what is
It's
that?
a hex. It's a hex blood
blood
ability.
thing.
Interesting. Deeply
Yeah,
creepy.
I know. I can pull out a clump of hair, tooth, or fingernail, something like that, and leave it. It can do a couple different things, but so far this has been the one
That's
that I've
so
used.
creepy.
Yeah, it's real fucking
Ugh.
creepy. And then like
I hate
the
it.
next day, the missing part regrows.
Right,
So
yeah,
it's
I
like,
figured
well,
that
that's
part.
good.
Ugh.
yeah.
This is the best thing since Scanlan's scrying poop.
I know. I was just thinking that.
Rise,
Well,
rise, scat, please.
in any case, all right. So, I guess you walk in with people kind of freaking out, feeling like there's an invisible nothingness there. What do you do, Rain?
She will walk in. She will walk in, close the door behind her as she comes in, and she has her shield in front of her just in case, and sort of like skirt off to the side so that they don't get all spook and attack the door.
Okay.
Can we hear where you are?
I don't know. I guess
Yeah, still be able to hear you.
she'll
I mean-
try and do it stealthily.
Okay, so go ahead and roll for stealth at advantage.
I'm gonna roll to.
I think for sound it would be normal, right?
I think you still get advantage on stealth.
Yeah,
checks.
it's just normally when you're invisible, you roll at advantage for stealth.
Oh, okay. Still the first one.
Yeah. All right.
That shouldn't have been an advantage.
Oh.
So if the first one is only a 14.
Okay, so you don't necessarily hear her right away.
Okay. And once she's out of the way a little bit, she finally speaks up. Okay, not to alarm any of you, but I'm going to drop the invisibility now. Don't shoot.
Okay, spirit. Or ghost. Whatever you are. Reveal yourself.
And she drops invisibility. And you all see, because it's the only clothes the Empire gives her, the shield emblazoned with the with
And
their
her
symbol and everything.
And her uniform, everything she was wearing the previous night.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what do you all do? Are we rolling? Are we
I was
rolling
saying,
initiative? Are
Audra
people
will-
staying calm? What is
At
going
that,
on?
Audra, like, not attack, but Audra will straight up draw her sword at seeing that.
Okay, Audra draws her sword. What's everyone else
And I
doing?
guess two-handing it since she's not shielding.
Anwar will quickly jump to action by flailing out of his seat and fully like skirting away on the floor like
I'm gonna be a sweet
this is
roll
what I
after
wanted to
all.
avoid.
Okay, that's what Anwar is doing. Kamira, what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing to help protect your baby boy?
If I can, I would like to throw my echo like just behind.
Okay.
Not pulling like. Well, I mean, I guess I probably have to. Well, the echo's behind her anyway. If she is sus, then I got a flanking thing going on.
Alrighty. Well, yeah, you got the echo right behind her. Anwar has flailed out of his seat, and
I got the floor covered, guys. So
Just in case they use any ground-based attacks. I got it.
Audra's got her sword out, and
Mhm.
Rain is shield, and Hunter is further away, listening, watching in.
A toenail, fingernail.
With
And
a fingernail,
Hunter is
yeah.
a
fingernail on the
Hunter
desk.
is a fingernail. Just the fingernail just like opens up. What a twist! All right. So, what does everybody do next? Everybody's kind of done that at this
Yeah.
point. Rain, is there anything you do to try to calm everybody down?
I know this is unusual. I'm not here to cause trouble. In fact, I want to help all of you.
We have ways of verifying how truthful that statement is.
You do? Good. That's good.
Is it?
Are you consenting to that?
What is that? Not torture.
Not torture.
Say, should I get the bucket and
No,
the cloth?
magic. Magic to
Oh,
verify that you are speaking the truth.
Of course.
Anwar's just prepared to live that freaking mafia life.
Enhanced interrogation.
That's that's when Anwar becomes that wanted poster for sure. He starts looking like that guy. Then if Rain is so consenting to it, Audra's going to like kind of like do one of these maneuvers with her sword in the keychain hanging off it. Keychain's still the best word for it. Lights up, and she's gonna zone of truth you.
Okay. And immediately, she consents to it, so not even a save or anything.
Yeah.
But she immediately goes, "Oh, that feels very weird. I'm a little queasy, nauseous, nervous. That worked. That's very potent."
Audra looks at the other two. I have to be honest, that's the first time I've used this, but it definitely seems to be working. And she's gonna sheath her sword. Her answers will be truthful, and if they're not, I will know. And then Audra will very calmly sit down on the couch and just like motion to Anwar like, all right, floor's yours. Ah,
The
the floor
are you
is
here to
yours.
uh,
Anyways.
real quick, the fingernail on the table just kind of sizzles and dissolves, and a few moments later you hear a gentle knocking on the door. Is it, we all coming in? All right. Hunter will
I
like
think so.
kind of awkwardly shuffle in.
Question though, does
Alright, wait
Anwar
for the party,
remember
guys.
that Hunter was outside, or after another knock on the door, is he just like again?
Scramble to the other side of the floor.
What did you bring?
He remembers Hunter's out there.
Okay,
This is
all right.
fingernail. He's been staring at his fingernail all night.
Okay. All right.
I like
yeah,
to imagine when like, the reaction shots were happening. It was like reaction shot Anwar, Audra, Chimera, fingernail.
All right. Hunter's back with the group, and we're now in a zone of truth for some people.
Hunter.
Who are you? Who are you really?
My name is Rain, Shimmer Thistle. I'm with acquisitions for the Empire Forces.
Acquiring what?
We acquire and catalog and eventually dispose of magical items that we find.
Were you watching us this morning?
Yes, but I'm not the only one.
There's others?
Well, the Empire.
Why were
They
you
all-
watching us?
Well, they suspect that all of you are part of a splinter cell resistance movement.
Oh, come on.
Splinter Cell? There hasn't been one of those in years.
Man, remember that
Wah,
one with
wah.
like 2-player? It was real good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
And that you, Sir Marwan, are the ringleader.
In character, Audra just lets out like a.
Come on, guys. You don't have to laugh. Just, you know. Wait, why do they think I'm the leader? What
Well-
about all of this gives away leader vibes?
Well, they suspect you may have created the bomb.
Did they not create the
Bomb?
bomb?
I don't know who did, but I don't think you did, certainly.
Hold on, pause. Before we move on that, they think I made the bomb that I was in. I was in the explosion.
Well, because you are a fire genasi, that you would survive.
So I would just be like, oh, no big deal. Just love TNT.
Their
to the
words?
face.
Their words, not mine.
So I'm a ringleader, but I stand in my own explosions. Okay. All right. Sure.
They know, or rather, they suspect that you are resistance. Are you not?
No, man.
No.
I mean, it depends. Are you here to arrest us?
Hold
No,
on.
man.
Who,
We're not
who,
resistance.
who tried to save the zone of truth?
Is
'Cause
it,
I
is
guess
it an
Hunter
area
wa-
or a target?
Oh, right.
In
I
area.
walked into it.
Ooh.
Well, if Chimera
Will?
didn't switch with her, with her
It's a
What do you
fairly
call
big
it?
radius. If you're in the if you're all in the kitchen, I think anybody would have been in the
Yeah.
zone.
Oh yeah, I
I
guess
mean, if I walked in, yeah, what's the save for that?
it's my
I say
save,
Nothing then.
Okay, well,
which is I mean, if we all want to go for it, it's a 13.
No, but I mean, what?
Oh,
Like,
I'm
what do we
sorry.
gotta
What
roll
kind?
If it's
Charisma.
if it's a
Charisma?
Do I
if
get
it's a
advantage since it's my own spell, or does it not affect me?
if it's a
doesn't
13,
affect
then
you.
if it's a 13, then Onmar saved.
Okay. I'm sorry. What'd you say, Ryan?
It doesn't affect you.
Okay. So I don't have to worry about it. It'd be funny if it did.
1 minute.
You can
I'm
always
just
use a
trying to
luck
see if
point.
I get any.
Can't use a life point. Ha!
I like the idea of it. Are you resistance? Chimera's just like, yes!
Well, you can choose not to say anything at all.
It's true,
just
yeah.
can't
You
lie.
can just not speak.
Wow.
So, do I lose my?
Are you again?
If you, so the rules of Zone of Truth are that you have to answer truthfully if you answer. If you just choose, you could just stay silent as
Yeah.
well.
I stay fucking silent. Fuck this game.
I like the idea that, like, when Audra casts that intending to hit, because she's never used it before, she hits Reyna and realizes she pinged everyone else and goes, ooh, well, I'll see what happens here.
So
I don't
back to
mean-
the point of Rain asking if y'all are resistance. What do each of you say?
I don't want to talk about that right now.
Audra's gonna look at the three of them because it's her spell, so it doesn't affect her. Before, like,
I feel like Chimera would go to say, no, of course not. But instead of, like, it's that scene in Liar Liar where he's like, the pen is...
Yeah.
So she stops talking and just kind of like... That's it. I'm not...
I mean, are you? Before we answer that, are you here to arrest us?
No. Well, this is awkward.
You know, if he
Um,
asks if you're a cop, you have to tell him if you're a cop.
She's clearly a
That's-
cop.
That's not how that works. But
That's exactly how
Uh,
that works.
I'm here to warn you.
All right, because like we'd have to kill you if like, oh dang, man, this thing works, huh?
Yeah, Hunter, maybe just for the moment. I'm sorry. Warn us of what?
They're going to raid your house, your business, within days. And then
Why?
pin everything on you. And she's looking at the
on-
three of you. Well, you, Anwar, and Chimera, and Hunter, and she turns to Audra, is like, not you, actually.
He's a baby,
Not
though. Look
me.
at him.
They-
Why not her?
I was gonna. Audra like takes some offense to that. Wait, not me.
Yeah, I find that quite surprising, honestly.
They actually don't know about you, as far as I know.
That's funny. That's
I'm
funny,
just gonna
actually.
lean back. They don't know about me.
Dang, I got a lot of evidence in the barn. God dang it!
Just as a reminder
This
to
thing is thorough.
just as a reminder to Rain, he did say like this is just what we know now.
Right.
This does not include intel.
That's
so
what she was about to say.
okay.
But yeah,
But it
but,
still could.
but they are
my
watching your
advantage.
house, and well, you entered here today and yesterday. They
You think
probably
so?
know about you now.
Well, so much for that advantage then.
I put my shoes on backwards, like wrong feet yesterday, and I was
Hunter.
so hungover. I thought it was. Dang, this. I'm gonna walk over there, just like 15 feet that way.
You definitely feel like a as you step out of it, probably just like
So they're gonna raid my house and my workshop and find a workshop and my house,
Correct.
and then they're gonna arrest me and say that I'm the mastermind that blew himself up.
They're planning to use you as a scapegoat, I think.
So to be clear, Rain, you don't think any of us were involved yourself. Who do you suspect?
I think this isn't the first time they've done this.
They meaning the Empire?
Yes.
What else have they
And-
done? Sorry, you go, Chimera.
No, it's all right.
What else have they done, Rain?
I don't know everything they've done, or if they have, I know that this is wrong.
So, forgive me for my bluntness, but you just found it within the goodness of your heart to go alert somebody?
Wouldn't you, if you knew that somebody was in danger?
I would, but I'm not the Empire.
You don't have
I
to
rank the
forgive
Empire.
my bluntness, because I don't care. But I suppose a person on the inside could be of interest to a resistance movement.
Hold on. How Adra, are we sure this thing's working?
It's working.
She messaged my mind this morning.
It's working.
Come here. Tell him. Tell him what I
He
told you.
was very, very flustered, and he said that a voice came into his head and told him to leave his back door open, and he was very concerned about being arrested and turned into... Well, I'll leave that part out, I suppose. The term sweet roll was used.
I didn't say that word, but I did do that. I did send a message to you. I felt it was better than, well, sending something physical.
Somebody tried to call me Sweet Roll once. Once. Never again.
But if you can message people's minds, is there some... How do we know there's not some Empire trick that you're blocking whatever Audra's doing? Or, I don't know.
If she
I
did,
don't
I
know.
would know. I think. Richard, can I roll to see how confident I am in my zone of truth since it's the first time I've cast it?
Sure, go ahead and roll Arcana.
Okay.
Or religion since you're a cleric.
Yeah. We'll make it religion.
Ooh.
There you go.
You're pretty confident that you would know if she was,
It may
messing
be
with it somehow.
It may be the first time I've cast it on War, but I promise you, it's working. You can reach into people's minds. What else can you do, Rain?
Well, a few things. Don't know how to explain it all. It's not necessarily me, but, well, a book I have. And she pulls out a book that is like purple and green emblazoned all over it, and has a bunch of fey symbols all over the thing. I found this and didn't turn it in.
And what does this book do?
Well, it lets me. Well, it's taught me magic. Different kinds.
Have you never read that scroll where that young lady found that book and then the book ended up in the hands of the young boy and it was actually like ultimate evil talking through the book?
I don't think it's evil.
Well, evil or not, I will say again, could be a good asset to any resistance to have somebody who can
Are
do
you
these sorts of things.
Are you showing the book?
She is, yeah.
Can I inspect it?
She holds it very close to her. She's not like offering it up.
Could identify that book.
Definitely
If I-
Tom Riddle's magical tome or something.
I'll roll an Arcana on it.
This
Okay.
is Bach Nam's book of poetry.
12.
Well, it's a spell book, and it definitely has some fey markings on it. There is nothing that looks aberrant in all of like the time that you've taken apart one of the aberrant constructs to make your thing. Like none of that is on there at all. It looks like it's all anything that you've ever seen before. That looks fey-like. You might even see a couple symbols that you recognize from Orontis. Some old Elvish on there.
Whatever it is, it's not originally Empire, at least.
No. We found it just south of the Pixie Lands.
Well,
But-
that makes sense with the face script.
Something like that is highly illegal. Any kind of magic artifact, especially one containing knowledge ancient, would be, as your job would suggest, acquired and destroyed.
And I felt that it would be a bad idea to do that. Just like I thought it would be a good idea to warn you. And resistance or not, they are coming for you.
They did.
What's more suspicious, skipping town or letting it happen, do you suppose?
Guess we could skip town, technically.
It may be a good idea if you have somewhere to go.
Well,
Well, there's a direction we
just-
could head.
problem.
I know no one else wants to, but if we needed to head somewhere, could go north.
Why?
To the barbarians, the Loxodon.
Yes.
So you are
No.
allied.
No, we are not allied.
I don't know if you can say that right now, Chimera.
I do not personally.
Oh, that's true. I guess it is
align
true with- yeah.
myself with that bullshit.
I guess that is true.
They believe you are, regardless.
Never mind. Never mind.
Could head north. We could head south. There was the safe house.
Or we could dig in here and guarantee our own safety.
I don't think there would
Um,
be a guarantee of safety if they're gonna come and frame Anwa. I mean, that is a direct line to
I-
becoming somebody's sweet roll and having your brain.
I should have been more specific when I said dig in here. we could eliminate threats here to ensure our own safety.
Yeah, but
And
you
far
see
too
how many
many-
guards there are.
Sorely outnumbered.
Not only that, but my commander is quite capable, as well as the captains, and the other third is still here.
Also, complete honesty, with or without the circle, we were nearly annihilated by a tree. I know that it's old news, but I will always bring it up forever.
We still feel the need to bring that up every time, don't we?
Every time.
Still not that old
Uh,
of news. Like, it happened within the past month.
It's really not. And the fact that it happened and then we're like, yeah, we could totally take on this stronghold. Let's go, is wild to me still.
We did do much better with the stronghold.
We did do much better. However, we were just nearly annihilated by a tree, and I'm not sure if this young lady would like to take that information back to her superiors. It's still something that occurred, and I don't think that taking on the entire city plus a squid would be in our best interest.
Audra's gonna fold her arms in like a, well, fine, I wanted to fight kind of move.
I'm sorry,
Wait,
darling.
that's a good point. Rain, are they gonna read your mind when you go back to work tomorrow?
No, they don't
Is
know
that a-
I'm here.
Oh shit, we're gonna have to kill her.
I can hear you.
I was just thinking out loud.
And I know you're telling the truth.
Rain.
I was just thinking out loud.
Rain, as the person in this room most likely to kill someone in the next 48 hours, we won't kill you.
You don't know me.
We won't kill you.
You don't know me.
She speaks the truth.
Oh.
I would know this, but we won't kill you.
So we stay. I get arrested, or we all get arrested. We go to jail. We know where that goes.
Yes.
We leave. We're confirmed to be who we are accused of being. We're hunted. We run. Is there a third option I'm not thinking of right now? Where
Rain.
it doesn't. I'm not pinned for crimes I did not do.
Rain, how soon will this arrest happen?
Within a few days. I don't know when exactly.
Okay.
But you are all under surveillance at all times. If you-
Well, that's rude.
Anwar, there may be an option C. I don't think anyone likes it, but I can offer one.
If it's murder everyone in town, I don't think that's gonna work.
It's not murder everyone in town.
Is
Just
it
pack
joining
your bags and run.
No.
the people up north and then coming back down and murdering everyone in town?
Fake our deaths.
It wasn't, but now that you say it, no.
Make that like Z.
Anwar, they want to
Please.
make you a scapegoat. You could give them a different scapegoat.
Now, I've never seen one of them kind of goats. Is that like one of the little guys? I'm still confused here.
I think it's the ones that
f-
get really stiff when
framing
they're
someone
scared
else?
and they fall over.
What's that have to do with goats?
Perhaps this town will be better off without someone in it, and perhaps that person takes the blame.
Are you talking about Flash?
I wasn't talking about anyone in particular, but the fact that you name him so quickly is interesting, Anwar.
I feel like you were alluding to that. I don't wish that on my worst enemy.
Then...
He is your worst enemy.
He did give you up.
He what?
He did?
What? Oh, that bastard's going down.
That bitch. I was gonna pull him out of the ruins of that explosion that day and heal him, but I couldn't find him.
Audra's
That
gonna like start
little-
going, scapegoat?
I don't know.
Well, if you're not all in on the scapegoat plan and you're not all in on fighting, then we need to leave, and it needs to be quickly.
I think we should link up with the rest of the resistance. We need to find out wherever the hell they are and figure out a plan with them.
If we're being watched, then meeting in person would not be a good move.
Also need to make sure that your families are safe, by the way.
Right, Anwar, your family was going to need to stay where they are. Hunter, your pa's got to go somewhere, and I don't know, I guess my uncle could just take my mother under the Resistance's protection.
Rain, do they know where my family is right now?
They weren't mentioned in the briefing, but
They were
perhaps.
actually.
Oh, yes.
They yeah, specifically mentioned the letter that they intercepted that was Anwar
Right.
wrote a letter to his family that was sent over to Waterwheel, and they weren't sure if it was actually his family or not, but they did mention that they sent someone over there to check it out to see who would receive the letter.
Right. That's what I was gonna. That's why I wanted the region map. I could remember the name. They had mentioned that they intercepted some sort of letter going to Waterwheel. They assume it was to your family, and that they sent scouts that way.
What are the odds that they'll pick up my family if I'm not here?
Pretty
high.
Yeah.
Great. Cool.
Does that mean we go to your family, Anwar?
I think so.
Well,
It's a lot to ask, but if I disappear, if we all disappear, we need to make sure our loved ones are safe.
all right. So we make sure that Hunter's paw and my mother is safe with our wing of the Resistance. She kind of looks at Kamir for a second. Yeah, that'll cover it. And we go to your family, Anwar, and perhaps ensure that they get taken under the wing of one of the other Resistance branches. That's what I put on the table.
If you all do disappear, I ask that I can come with you. If you all vanish, they know that somebody at that briefing leaked information.
You know, it's funny, Rain, I was going to suggest you come with us regardless. You seem like a good asset to have.
Aside from the fact that she just said that she has a book and she can contact anybody on a moment's notice.
Yeah, and y'all, we really bonered it up. You know, our one job was to, as a resistance people, not be like, yep, we're resistance, and like.
Well, we've all screwed that up together. But I'll say again, I feel like having a person on the inside would be useful.
To Hunter's benefit, though, he was doing a whole lot better before we came along.
Yeah, I was under the radar. Radars don't exist. I was under the Owl's watch. I don't know, under something. I was slipping by, easy peasy, till y'all showed up.
Perhaps it's lucky you didn't ever encounter a zone of truth.
I suppose if you want me to do anything on the inside, we need to make sure that they don't suspect me, and a reason for me to leave.
Perhaps we leave and you chase after us.
That would require you to give updates.
And
But if you were giving updates and you were to give them false leads, that could give us ample time.
For a little while before they realize they are false. I could speak to my commander, see if he allows me to be a spy. A double spy.
A double agent.
And perhaps whenever the water gets a little too hot, then we turn things around on the Empire. Someday.
I have a question for the DM. Are we aware of scrying and its existence? Because that's some bad news bear shit.
That's a very good question. Why don't you go ahead and roll Arcana?
Oh
See if-
shit.
see if
I
you've
don't think
ever heard of
clerics
it.
can ever get it, so I would assume, yeah, I don't think I would be.
I think certain ones do.
Oh, really? Like
Guess
one
who
of the.
doesn't have anything.
Oh, yeah, I guess certain one. Well, oh no. Huh. It is a cleric spell. I didn't think it was.
Can I use pity again? I'm gonna use pity.
Wizards
Can you
don't
use
get
pity
it.
again?
I did
I
not
swear to
think
God.
clerics
Okay.
got scrying.
Okay.
The wizards don't get a spell.
Don't get scrying.
I thought they got them all.
Not everything.
Do you want to throw your hat into the ring, Anwar? You don't have to.
Oh, sure.
I imagine Rain might be familiar with it, given that she may have confiscated a scrying orb, maybe at one point in time.
Okay. Yeah, so Audra, you've not heard of this before.
Yeah.
Chimera and Hunter. Chimera, you have heard of these abilities through Dunamancy. Like, you haven't gotten to this level yet, but you know that there are abilities like see through an echo. So you do know that there are ways to see through different objects or things. Hunter, same with you, especially with your, newfound fingernail or hair clump thing. You also have a vague idea of like that there can be ways to spy without like people really realizing, but none of you know about like the actual scrying spell. However, Rain, you do know that there is such a thing as a scrying spell and how it works.
We're
There's ways
boned.
that they can trace and. I mean, I suppose it doesn't matter now. She knows everything.
They could watch you at any point, though given that they have men stationed watching you the house, I doubt that they are using it for the moment.
In any case, if what you're saying is true, and Anwar's going to shoot a look to Adra one more time just to make sure.
She'll just nod.
Then it's a moot point. They're coming to pick us up in the next couple of days, in which case we can't fight them off. We can't resist their mind probing. So we need to not be here. So whether they track us through the old-fashioned way or the old-fashioned way, we need to not be here.
I don't suppose that there's a better way to discreetly get out of town without having to pass the guards.
I think Hunter has found a way through his magical device that Anwar built for him.
Because they are, I don't know, the other day somebody decided to tell me that I was gone for approximately 2 hours. So, leaving by non-conventional means might be ideal.
Yeah, I definitely would say that you've definitely seen priests who are known to be able to detect thoughts that are hanging around the docks and the gates. So there might be a escape from Stem Garden situation.
That wouldn't be so much of a secret that we left. We were talking about the sewers at one point. How does that plan sound?
I mean,
Smelly.
it
stinks.
sounds okay, I suppose. That was a lie. It sounds awful.
Would Rain know anything about the placement of guards around the city? If you wanted to make a roll for it or anything?
I think they're so all over the place right now that I don't know if you'd be able to get a good, like, yeah, I don't think Rain in her position would have like the knowledge of like exactly where everybody is at every time or anything like that.
Okay.
Suis then.
Or if I can convince my commander to have me spy on you, perhaps they'll just let us leave.
Possibility.
Are you confident you can do that?
Not entirely.
Yeah, under the zone of truth, I
Yeah.
think like one thing that would come into Rain's mind is like, oh, they could detect my thoughts too.
Well, seems like you're somewhat all in with us on this anyway.
Wait, Rain, you haven't told us one thing yet. Why? Why are you doing all this?
I don't like fire.
Well, you'll be happy to know I'm no longer a forge cleric then.
You're throwing your life away. Your high-ranking Empire job. Your status. Power.
What about just strangers?
Sometimes you have to do that to make things better. I thought I was doing that with the Empire, and now I'm not so sure.
I know she's under I know she's under zone of truth, but I keep wanting to be like insight check. Insight check.
You can still insight.
Audra's like, guys, seriously, I got it. You're making
Insight
me...
check.
Everybody's questioning my magic over here.
You've been
It's
choosing
it's really bad.
different gods and stuff, okay?
Not different ones, the same two. I'm like, guys, work it
You
out because I want all the
Have
power.
been seeing other gods.
You're flipping.
Listen,
What
I
about
am
all
in
your gods?
a deistic thruple. Thank you very much.
Okay, Taika Waititi.
Yeah, I mean, I think with that kind of insight, either people are like, I guess the zone of truth is doing its thing. I guess I gotta trust it. And Kamira is just like, this just feels so sus. It's an Imperial. It's an Imperial. Come on, guys, it's Imperial. That's the thought
mean-
that goes off with that instinct.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you. Oh, I mean, Hunter is definitely like full on sus, not thrilled with an Imperial being in our group.
But at this point, she knows literally everything.
Oh my god, just everything. The mess we are in. Hunter's trying to make so many calculations with so many things, has no clue what to do.
If she is able to totally get out of the the zone of truth, you guys told her everything and you're fucked. So what choice do you have?
Die.
That's
We
why we're
die
like,
or you
Are
die.
you sure this worked? Are you sure this
Yeah.
worked?
As far as you know, this has all worked, and Rain is genuine and not being sure that she wants to be a part of this empire anymore.
And then Rain walks outside. Turns out she's a pit fiend. She's like, good thing I'm immune to that kind of thing. Anyways, go ahead, guys. We're ready
Anyways.
for you.
Unless there's anything else, I think that's where we'll have to end for tonight. Is this sketchy and unstable alliance is forming of a new member entering the group?
I take a walk.
Can I do, Can I do? I'll just say one more thing before the episode ends?
Yep.
Whenever Rain like goes back and it's just them in the house or whatever. Hey, Hunter, a quick word.
Yeah.
You know, I've considered Anwar a friend, considering how long I've known his sister, and you know, Chimera's really proven herself in battle and proven herself worthy of a friendship. And if I'm being honest, I viewed you as pretty shifty for quite a while there. But now that you've been through a zone of truth, and now that we're apparently just going to be on the run for a bit, it's important that, you know, level of trust and respect and dependence is there. So I just want you to know I consider you a friend as well.
Shifty? For real? Shifty. Don't think things through all the time, maybe. Maybe pulling trigger happy. I'm pretty trigger happy and get a plan, forget to ask the rest of the group, and just kind of on my heels. But shifty?
Anyone who can pull out pieces of their body and for magical purposes, I would consider shifty. Yes.
All right, that's very recent. I've known you for weeks longer than this has been happening, so that is a poor excuse. I'm going to let you sleep on that one, sir. Little lady. Missy.
Let's go with none of those. Just Audra. Just Audra, please. Anyways, you're welcome for that, friend. And then she'll
Good
be
night.
off.
I'm gonna shift on over here. I'm gonna shift over here. I'm
Alrighty.
shifting over here.
Well, I think we'll say that's it for this week, and then we can figure out over the course of the week what your escape plan is. And it sounds like the next destination will be going to Waterwheel.
Yeah. Meet up with Marwans.
And if we don't end up having time for Chimera to talk with Helga, then we can just do that in a flashback and say she did that earlier in the day. We just didn't have time for it. this
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
We can just be like, we're going
Solid.
through the sewers, and Helga's like washing her hands, and you just hear it like through the faucet. Hey, hey.
Well, Chimera didn't get a flashback
Oh.
today anyway, so
That's
she
true.
can. We'll make sure we get that.
Be good,
I
buddy.
just-
We'll make sure we get that talk with Helga in there.
I just want to
sometime.
say, Rain definitely went back invisible again and used her last spell slot for that, so that we don't have any shenanigans.
where guards just see like, wait, why is she exiting the house?
Yeah.
How'd she get in there?
She walks out, she's wearing like a Welcome to the Resistance t-shirt. Like, oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right, well, hey. Art, I'm glad to have you back, dude.
Yeah.
We're,
Welcome back to the group, buddy.
all right, we're back next week with Arc 3. It has begun, and the whole party's assembled.
Woo! We'll get more action in there next time.
Yeah. All right, bye, everybody. See you next time.
Bye.